So handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stillin' at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave, I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe it to get away. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, knows before, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's going in. What? Again! A quadra-kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back like Collis 1v4. Mix it a 1v3 is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Collis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Playday number 10 of the Rainbow Six Operation League. My name is Proto. Joining me on the desk tonight, none other than the man himself, Lan. We're kicking things off, but just before we do, we would like to say thank you to our sponsor, Kingston Fury, the gaming brand from Kingston. Lan, what are we looking forward to tonight? We got a lot on the plate.
Oh, so much. We're looking at more Rainbow Six action, of course. We've got a whole bunch of games lined up. We can't say exactly what they are till we see the schedule. Of course, we know what it is behind the scenes. But just following a recap of yesterday's games, we had some pretty interesting developments. We had some really close games between, I believe, Northern Forces and Direwolves. We had some really good games, really close. Just didn't make it over the line for Northern Forces, unfortunately. Went all the way though, best of 3, 7 to 8 at the very end of that overtime. And other than that, also a couple of close games between Elevate and Gaming Gladiators, and then of course Astrape and Fury had a game as well. Not as close, but still a pretty good matchup so far. Today we look forward to seeing more of these games come through. We've got Obsession and Northern Forces coming up and a bunch of other games, but it's all looking quite exciting.
Yeah, it definitely is. Obviously, the schedule to come soon, but everything that we have available for the evening, I can guarantee, is going to be an absolute banger. We always bring the best here on the Operations League. It's always good fun, but I mean, as you said, Playday number 9 definitely shaping up to be a relatively interesting one. Does bring up a lot of conversation points coming into Playday number 10. I mean, we sort of see teams are now getting into the groove of things, finding their flows, starting to deal damage and lock their spots in for those top 4. I mean, do we really see Champion maybe sort of pushing up to contest those top 4 spots, currently sitting in 5th land after today's Playday? Do we reckon they maybe start making their way towards that 4th place spot?
They are coming close. They do have to get through a couple of hurdles first. They have had some rocky moments, but they have overall improved since we first saw them. Now that they're sitting on 5th, they're only about 3 points away from Direwolves. So given that their next matchup is against Obsession, sure. Oh, sorry, no, against Northern Forces. Sorry, I keep reading these charts wrong, but up against Northern Forces, I mean, Northern Forces have had really good time. Like I said, they went up against Direwolves, they went at 7-8. Champion going up Elevate today. It's Elevate. I mean, they're up against like one of the best teams in the entire league, and it's an uphill battle, that's for sure. They will have to climb the mountain. I don't think they're gonna get there, just because I'm on the assumption they're gonna lose.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. Hot takes, but we obviously all have our own opinions as the caster. Game number 2, Fury versus Gaming Gladiators. Match number 3, Astrape versus Direwolves. And then the aforementioned Champion versus Elevate. Anything there that really tickles your fancy, Land, for the evening?
Honestly, I want to see Fury versus Gaming Gladiators. Fury are having a pretty decent time. They're seated 2nd right now. They're very close to Gaming Gladiators. So I don't think this is going to push Fury over the line, but I want to see how close they can actually get to it. Of course, our first matchup today should be interesting. Obsession is just behind Northern Forces by about 2 points, so they should be able to overtake them if they pull this win over, but at the same time, it's Northern Forces, and after their performance last night, I'm not sure if Obsession have it in them. But hey, we'll see how that goes. I really do want Obsession to win, of course, especially since now that Producer Boom's actually on that lineup today.
Yeah, a couple of small changes coming into things tonight, but game number 1 for the evening, Obsession versus Northern Forces, definitely shaping up to be an absolute heater. We look a little bit more in depth at the rosters. I mean, Obsession, an absolutely monumentous amount of fragging capability. Northern Forces, though, a very similar style of roster. They enjoy the aggression. They enjoy that heavy roam style on the defense. I mean, do you think that the double aggression from both of these teams may sort of end up not really contributing to too much tonight? Because given that it's aggression versus aggression, I mean, it doesn't really open the door for much to go on.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at this roster here, it is already very scary to see Producer Boom and Deadpool, along with Rodini and Jay Lucky, all on that one roster. Of course, Silence has the highest kill count on that roster, so both of them just running at each other. Honestly, I think a lot of it might result in a lot of quick rounds. We might see some of these rounds actually drag out because that tension might build up, and some of these players might get in their own heads, just because the opponent is quite formidable, and if anything, might even be able to match their gunplay skills. So I think we're going to see either this game's either going to be an absolute barn burner, or it's going to just come crashing down real quick, and it's going to be a full stomp. So there's no in between. It's hot or cold, and it could go either way. It really could go either way.
Well, there you go. And on the other side of the card, Northern Forces, some monumental players, 2 of which already breaching 70 kills so far on Playday number 10, with Bin Bin 1 away from finding that same scoreline himself. Clazy, a newer face for Northern Forces, but the remainder of the roster relatively the same, the one we know and love. Coming into this matchup for game number 1 of Playday 10, I mean, Obsession versus Northern Forces. We've talked about it, but there you go. The map Vito, Oregon, a map that is always been that very aggressive pick. It's no real surprise that we see it be the deciding ground for this matchup.
Yeah, it is one of the more balanced maps for the attacking and defending side. It is, of course, the most played in our league, 9 times over and now 10 times here for today, so far at least. But if anything, this is the best chance they have, especially when we're leaving off the topic how these teams are so like evenly matched. If they're so evenly matched, this is probably the best chance they have, right? On both sides, for attack and defense, it could go either way, and this might be the best option for Obsession to try to take over Northern Forces, despite just being so close behind.
I mean, Oregon is arguably one of the most played competitive maps in Siege history. I mean, we look back at its history. It has pretty much been in the competitive pool since day's beginning, but or at least very close to then. And it is one of those maps that teams have practiced extensively across the years. I mean, majority of competitive teams, you've got those sort of 3 standard pick maps. You've got Oregon, Clubhouse, Cafe. Those are sort of your, I guess, comfort picks when you come into matchups that are relatively 50-50. And here we are, the predictions that we spoke about. Imphian, I don't know. He rates the chances for Northern, but everyone else has Obsession pegged to win it.
Well, probably because of Northern's performance last night. Against Direwolves, they really did show up. This time around, I mean, sure, Obsession are on the back foot, under and down on points, but at the same time, they have generally been quite consistent with how they play, and they have impressed us at most turns. This time around, of course, Imphian does want to stand out, and a lot of us do have the obsessive team. I mean, a team that we're all obsessed with, really, at this point here. So maybe that's his gamble, you know? But he is, of course, with the highest prediction rate. So who are we to say that he's going to be wrong?
Well, yeah, you do have a good point. Blue Panda, though, with the Fury pick. I mean, one that is good merit and interesting merit, given Fury's recent performance. I mean, coming off the back of their last APAC South sort of season, not having such a great time. Coming into the start of the Operations League, they look really, really good. They had a bit of an interesting mid-season. We're in Playday 10. So far, they've been looking relatively good. They've been winning a lot of their matchups. So, kind of rate the Fury pick. Gaiman, though, probably the safe bet. I mean, we see it across the rest of the board for all of the other casters, and then obviously Direwolves and Elevate, some of the top, if not the top 2 SEA teams locked in for everybody in the bottom 2 matchups. So no real surprises there, if we're being completely honest there. But everything there, bar those 2 sort of interesting picks, is relatively expected, I would imagine, coming into this week, given what we've seen in previous playdays.
Yeah, I think the 2 picks there are really preference, if anything, despite the rest of us going with statistics and what we've seen so far on a lot of these play days. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I normally would vote for Fury personally, just because, you know, a really good roster, a really good, just a generally good team. But Gaming Gladiators have impressed me more than anything, and even if you ignore the scoreboard and you don't even look at the leaderboards, their general playstyle and the way they've shown up in every game so far over the last weekend has been just shocking and very impressive. So only excited to see more out of these guys as they roll through and as we scroll through some of these games tonight. But that's just how it is. And don't forget, you guys have an opportunity to take up some Rainbow Six credits and win yourself an Operation League Southeast Asian pin. So make sure you check in the hashtag Fight for Glory and make sure you're following the Twitch channel to be in to win this prize.
PC only, though. So unfortunately, if you're a console enjoyer, you cannot partake this time. I'm sure sometime in the future there may be something catering. But at the moment, you heard the man. Follow what is on your screen right now for your chance to win. Everyone loves some free stuff. We all do at the end of the day. But either or. Speaking of things we all love, game number 1 land moments away before we go into it, I mean, is there any real predictions from yourself in terms of the round count? What are we expecting here, half-wise, game-wise, overall? Lay it out.
With the upcoming match, honestly, I think I'm looking forward to seeing Obsession take this one. I really want them. I don't think they deserve to be at the bottom of that leaderboard. I definitely think they are better than that, but Northern Forces are a bit of a hurdle to get over, especially after yesterday's performance. I'm looking forward to a lot of the gameplay that we're going to see today. It's only been ramping up, and we've mentioned it so many times, but all these teams are learning and actually taking a lot away, and we've seen them evolve as we've got into our second half of the split. And after yesterday, I want to know if these guys are going to actually, if they've taken anything away, if they're learning, and how that's really impacted how they're going to play. We've only seen Producer Boom play with them twice, and I want to see just a little bit more out of him this time around. Like, sure, we didn't get to see too much, but he's a household name in the Thai scene, and he's pretty influential in that scene just because of his own history. Seeing him as a sub, it's kind of disheartening, but now that he's on this roster for today's Playday, I want to see him really pop off. I want to see him be that name that we all recognize and remember. But subbing in for this side here for Northern Forces, Clayzy, of course, coming in, should be, has been performing pretty well as well. You know, he's had some decent moments, and generally as a roster, even though he's subbing, they still perform quite well. It's as if he was a main roster member anyway.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first. But the players all locked in and ready to go. We move in to match number 1, starting things off as always with the bands. And given that it is Oregon, Thatcher to go, most likely going to be followed up with a Finker. We've seen that a lot in the Operations League so far. I mean, could be the Habana, depending on what Obsession want to leave up. They are starting on the attack first, so this is going to be a deciding band for them. Defensive-wise, probably Mirror Valkyrie, the safe bet on a map like Oregon, but anything is afoot. Obviously, we have Azami in the competitive pool now. I know we talk about it pretty much every week. Flores to go, a good choice, all the same. But yeah, I mean, Azami, do you rate the Azami ban on Oregon tonight?
Yeah, Azami generally does have pretty strong impact. We've seen Azami really influence a lot of these, a lot of positions, and she, as we mentioned yesterday in the broadcast with Black and Blue, she turns indefensible spots into real road stops for attackers, and people have to second guess how they go through. They even she's even able to plug open barricades and doors. Wamai being taken off, of course, is pretty standard these days, but Kaid is a pretty strong ban on a map like Oregon, where defending downstairs really is hatch focused.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of hatch focused. The hatches don't necessarily give you a lot of control, but still pivotal points of focus, I suppose, in terms of executing on that downstairs. Regardless, Cade to go, allowing up the avenue of the Habana to be crutched without really requiring the Maverick religiously, I guess we could say, to open up these hatches. But yeah, well, this means that Blue is going to be a point of contention, with Obsession banning it out when they make it over to the attacking, to the defending side, rather, I should say. Hopefully, Blue is not a big point of focus for their holds, but regardless, Obsession kicking things off, some good bans. Obsession definitely looking good. But yeah, Northern Forces on the defense have the better side of the card. Arguably, people would say, statistically speaking, Oregon, a defender-sided map, even just slightly, still counts. But yeah, I mean, Kapkan really the only interesting pick here, I should say, for Northern Forces, provided there are so many more other operators that probably could be used here. I mean, we see no Smoke, no Tachanka. There's no real denial, actually, whatsoever from Northern Forces.
But there is a little bit of sustaining for defending on site. We see Thunderbird come in, and that's an operator that we barely see on that defense, or even we barely see in the league so far. She got picked yesterday once, but over the last few weeks, she's been a bit more of a pocket pick. So seeing her get played here does mean that these roamers should be able to feel more comfortable on their rotations, and that they can take a couple of risks as long as they get back to the Coda stations to heal up and then have a second chance at defending the site.
Yeah, well, indeed. But a quick entry from Obsession, looking to get the job done in a small manner of time, opening up that top main stairs. Nitro to be used, some good shots, connecting onto Deadpool, but unfortunately Ray can't find that kill to kick things off for Northern Forces. Good damage dealt, though. I mean, 50% of the health almost for Deadpool removed. So the sledge sort of chipped away at here early on. Northern Forces, I mean, they have players still upstairs looking to find these opening kills. Obsession taking some good ground, but it's cost them that a little bit.
Yeah, Obsession's unfortunately not able to find any damage onto the defender downstairs. I believe that was Clazy. But now that they've rotated down, it looks like another EE1D gets popped, and they're still chipping away at this defense. But oh wow, and an unfortunate kill onto Jay Lucky, walking into some of the Kapkan traps. So, I mean, we love to see it. We love to see it. A bit of a meme, but, you know, hey, it happened.
Yeah, not something you usually see in sort of Tier 2, Tier 1 competitive Siege, but still, Jay Lucky not necessarily droning out that position and will pay the full price, that being his life, Bin. Finding that opening kill regardless, not really having to move. Roldini just taking it slow. Top of Freezer right now, AFK or alt-tabbed either or, not doing too much, but has returned back to the fray. Right now, Obsession need to find a pick to open things up because Northern Forces 5 on site, looking good to hold on to it.
We've got a minute left on that clock, and Northern Forces is sitting toasty downstairs. Obsession still struggling to find an opening here, especially without the Maverick in their pocket. They are going to have to find a more manual and more hard, steadfast way on the way to push in. Deadpool's almost dead, though. The guy is on an inch of his life.
Yeah, it's not looking too healthy. The wall being opened up now by Silence. The final 30 seconds here for the execute. Nade will force his teammate back.
Oh
Deadpool
no!
Almost tripping into the Suya Gate player. Close left, though. Doesn't seem to have a clue. Will spot the gun, but it's not good. The nade does connect, though. Producer Boom for the refrag. The sub already putting in bid work. Finds another. Racy will swing out and take down Roldini, though. So a 2 versus 2. Very quick trades for both sides. Pushing deep in the long hallway. Will be taken down by Ray for a second. Silence now. 10 seconds remain to find 2 kills. Player inside of Freezer. He will here. Swings on out to the laundry side, but Ray for 3. Northern Forces lock it down in spectacular fashion on round number 1.
Pretty rough start for Obsession coming into that first round. First starting off with not being able to take on any damage. Deadpool getting dropped quite early and quite low as well. And then, unfortunately, Jay Lucky just being picked off by some traps that usually don't find their targets. But hey, that's why they pick that Kapkan. Things like this usually happen. It's the same kind of principle in how the Frost gets picked, and a lot of the welcome mats actually do quite a bit in terms of slowing down the attacking team and also catching some unsuspecting or even flustered attacking members that just seem to walk over them or even vault into them. So just another reason to pick Kapkan, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, it's a double-edged sword. It's an operator that you don't usually see at high levels of competitive Siege, but at the same time, the fact that you don't see it at those high levels means that those players maybe don't necessarily expect when Kapkan is in play that they should be checking for the explosive traps. I mean, maybe he wasn't spotted in the drone phase. Maybe the traps were placed in positions that, you know, weren't necessarily droned out properly or something like that. But a little bit of misinformation for Obsession means that Northern are going to lock it down. And, I mean, we say that, but again, defender-sided map, good way to start regardless, but in all the same, Obsession, you really should be checking for things like that.
Bringing in the Nomad this time. Silence trying to hold it down and maybe try to find an opening there. But this time, no Habana. No one except Jay Lucky as a hard breacher, of course. But with a quick rotation into the tower, does look like they're trying to get things going already. And Roldini getting on some of these vanilla cameras.
Good information being relayed, but it is going to hum now to clearing out this trophy shield. Flashbangs to come, and the Gone 6 to follow means that that player will be forced back momentarily at least to a safer position. Producer Boom opening up that top main window for the crossover after they've got the attic opened up. Player on the bottom of the main stairs, though not spotted out. Yi in a really good position to do some damage on the flank, provided even just the player walking in from garage. The shots connect. Deadpool does manage to whip on round and look towards Yi, but no damage dealt whatsoever. Northern, once more, find the opening pick.
A nice start for Northern Forces yet again on round 2. Deadpool off the board does mean they don't have that hard entry or that distraction the Gemini hologram provides. This time around, though, now that we're looking at entering through the attic, it might provide a little bit more for Northern Forces as they try to actually get close on site. But there are a lot of defenders downstairs as well. Ray C might come across some of his teammates as they try to rotate and maybe make a move on back together. No, Ray C's actually going to hold that position down.
Having presence inside of the Z hallway, not necessarily the worst thing, especially for late round on Oregon. Players rotating late. White will be caught out, but trying to clear out that main wall, unfortunately, drone will be shot out. Some information lost for Silence here as Obsession try to consolidate losses, but this is exactly what I was talking about. Roldini sort of weary at that top white position, doesn't necessarily know that Ray's close by. 2 players now from Obsession in this position. Ray could be on for a huge set of kills here. Swings on out just at the wrong time. Does find one, though. Jay Lucky caught lacking just that little bit with the grenade in his hand at the main window. Silence goes down as well. Yi will confirm the bomb now dropped. Not lots left, especially now that Clazy finds Roldini, and it's all up to Producer Boom. The aforementioned super sub jumps on into attic, gets cleaned up relatively quickly, and a flawless round from Northern Forces cements them with a really solid lead on the defense.
Jay's been very unlucky 2 rounds in a row. Hopefully that stops real soon. Northern Forces coming with a flawless round is not unsurprising. I mean, it's not surprising, but it's like we really expected a little bit more out of Obsession so far. They've been having a pretty rough time. Either some unfortunate opening picks. This time around, it was the Yana being caught out by the Jaeger and just being absolutely obliterated, not able to get any damage off despite being able to turn on him. And then a couple of members as well. 3 members just being eliminated off the board before Producer Boom had a time or any moment to kind of bring in a refrag. So round 3 now, hopefully we see an interesting change. The entire roster swapped around. Roldini now bringing in the Finka. So maybe we needed that crutch after all. Maybe Finka's going to be the solution.
Well, I mean, we saw Producer Boom on the Zofia. It's basically just the same thing, right? They have the same job, but Silent's actually the one to pick the finger up in the end. Deadpool with the Glaz, an interesting pick. And Ascends from Roldini, an operator that we haven't seen a lot of since their introduction to the competitive operator pool, given that there is no quarantine period anymore. But it's locked in here for round number 3 from Obsession, so definitely keen to bring the new operator along. Whether or not that's because they want to pair that with the Glaz, obviously. The smoke's in tow. You would assume so, at least, Land. But, albeit, we will find out, I suppose, in the coming minutes.
A couple of opening shots here, all just to bring down the barricades. But Bin cheeky already. Trying to get this perhaps a little run out. He's looking for it. Hasn't seen anyone just yet. But I wouldn't put it past him to just run out the main door there. Here's the barricades goes down, but he won't be pushing through anytime soon. Deadpool bringing in the Glaz is pretty interesting, though. I suppose you're trying to slow their pace down. Does have a little bit of utility with him with those smokes. Might be able to make something happen. But unfortunately, no more drones for him. He's going to have to rely on his teammates to be able to do that for him.
You got the wall open, though, on the right side, so it's going to give Deadpool some angles into the bomb site. No one peeking on round just yet as Obsession begin to go to work at sort of opening up some angles. Will spot the head of one on the Glaz with the thermal scope. I believe Juan just peeking on round that keeper barricade for a second to see if he could find some damage, but definitely will. Taking down Deadpool on the Glaz. What a kill to find from inside of the site. Those Kiva barricades proving already that they are a menace to deal with. I mean, what a shot to hit, especially on a Glaz. It takes down such a big pivotal operator in this push.
And now that the Toxic Babes are coming out, they're just trying to buy a little bit more time. Yiga still has 2 more left in his pocket, and maybe they might find some entry here with the Sen's hologram wall, but the projector wall, but it might not be enough. Toxic Babes all around. Yiga knows how to stop this, and all of Obsession just completely put to a hold. There's no way around for this. They got to find another entry. They've got to find another angle, because right now they're stopped and they only have 48 seconds left on that clock. I mean, sure, that's a little bit of time, but Proto, it's ticking.
Coming down the back stairs, though, big damage. Dell, Bin will be able to connect before being taken down. The player's going to have to vault in green now to replace the position as the final Toxic Babe is used. J Lucky will win the one, though, taking down Ray, opening the door here a little bit for Obsession as Silence drops into the kitchen. Or 2 players inside of meeting, 1 upstairs, 1 will be spotted. Producer Boom hit the shot, 1 close and split will get the trade. Yi to take down Silence. Again, a 2 versus 2 Obsession, losing the trades, but take it back with 2. Ooh. Producer Boom and J Lucky to lock it down. Obsession finally answer back with something of their own.
Finding that rotation upstairs after they caught out the 1 flanker did open up a lot of things for Obsession, and that actually made their play. And if you noticed, they all went for it. Not a single person held back and tried to hold down those angles. Everyone went through the attic, dropped down, and went through the kitchen to be able to find those kills. So a nice way to bring in a first round win for Obsession. Moving on to round 4, we might see something similar to them as they still push on this attack.
It worked, and at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want it to work, because if it doesn't, that means you're not going to win. An Obsession, given that they hadn't won the first 2, definitely happy with at least finding something in the third in an attempt to consolidate losses. I mean, Oregon, the best that they're going to be hoping for is a 4-2, provided they win the next 3 in a row. But I mean, if Northern win this, then obviously it goes down to a 3-3. Then you start talking even worse outcomes. But Obsession, very capable, as sort of you mentioned, aforementionedly. They've been doing really, really well. And with Northern Forces having a pretty good showing yesterday, obviously they're going to come into this matchup with high spirits. But regardless of previous performances, Obsession still with some decent momentum now after finding that round, could look to make the play here to change things up.
It's still early into the game. They still have a lot of opportunities, Proto. Obsession definitely have some openings available to them, and they've been able to find these. It's just a matter of whether or not they're being careful enough in some of these earlier halves, because in the first 2 rounds, they did just get callous, you know? J Lucky got caught out twice. Deadpool lost the trade by a mile. But this time around, Northern Forces were just not able to adapt. They did find, however, this opening kill onto Rodini. So yet again, the first half of these rounds just being thrown away because they're being callous or they're not checking some of these angles. Or perhaps it's just Northern Forces just being really good at roaming.
Well, it's one or the other, isn't it? It's going to be misinformation or it's going to be insane mechanical prowess. Obviously, a little bit of both going on, but I think for Obsession, it's definitely a little bit more of the not droning issue that we saw. I mean, there is a player in Tier 3 right now, completely unchecked. I mean, there are drones there. They sort of have a clue that there's someone up in the tower, but not really any great clue. I mean, we see Deadpool sort of just opening up the angle onto the back stairs. We still have that player just lurking up inside of the tower. And, I mean, the pings are there now. So the information is available, whether or not they choose to deal with it or let them lay. I mean, Northern Forces, just the play right now from them is insane. They're going to get that kill too. Clazy, how is he allowed to do that? Obsession, what are you doing?
They definitely tried to bait that one out using sound, using the rappel, opening up the window, and trying to rotate back through the attic, but it really did not pay off. Clazy not able to pick up that drone. Does mean they have the information. Has to actually now rotate outside back into the attic, and he's going to get away with that. He takes a little bit of damage, but the rest of the team are not going to find him in time.
Obsession, you can't be letting that happen. Everyone in the casting booth rooting for you and making mistakes like that. is definitely not going to help at all. The final 40 now to elapse. They still have all 5 members of Northern Forces to find. It's going to be a tall ask coming into the execute side. Producer Boom on the back stairs. The top fragger right now, Super Sub indeed, locking things down. The smoke to cover the cross, but it's bin with 2 to find his second kill. Producer Boom goes down, swings into pillar, will be traded back by Jay Lucky. Swinging into blue, finds a second. Can he find any more? Silence makes his way into the site for the entry. The ping's being relayed, but Jay Lucky for 3. Things on here, but walking into the site, Ray C going deep. Silence, I'm not too sure where he was going, but with half a second left.
Oh, unfortunately.
Jay Lucky unable to find any more. Northern Forces lock it down. I'm not too sure where the Hibana was going there in that instance, but regardless, Northern Forces find the round.
Just a bit of a rush there. I think a little bit too panicked coming in from Obsession. Jay Lucky found a little bit of redemption in that last round with that triple kill, but unfortunately it was just not enough to take it over the line. Silence is getting caught out there. Little unfortunate. He had the opportunity to plant in that in the room he was on, but just, I suppose, wanted to go deeper, but really didn't have to. He had the opportunity. He could have got it down. He was against the timer as well. There was only like 3 seconds left, and he chose to run with it. Let's hope they learn from their mistake coming around this time, but they are starting to look a little sharper, and Obsession might be waking up just a little bit, I suppose. Maybe Jay Lucky is for sure.
Oh, look, Jay Lucky, at least, sort of taking some of the strain right now as Obsession. Really only have 2 people putting in the work. I mean, Producer Boom and Jay, the only 2 people with more than 1 frag on their team. I mean, Silence, Deadpool, Roldini, yet to really find anything at all. I mean, we've seen Roldini being the opening kill a couple of rounds now. Silence, same. Deadpool even. So, Northern Forces, whatever they're doing, is really, really good because it is completely locking Obsession down. I mean, in every aspect. And the best that they can hope for now on the attacking half is a 3-3. So, I mean, Northern Forces, regardless, have done a really good job at the off the get-go here.
I mean, like we said, they're both very aggressive rosters, but if anything, I suppose Obsession, despite being aggressive, are also being a little careless and just not being articulate with how they're attacking these angles, these entries. Northern Forces just catching them out for that, and they're not being punished.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all, Land. But I mean, regardless, they've been doing good work. I mean, aside from the misinformation of the drones and the misuse of the drones, Northern Forces have been dealing with what has been coming to them relatively easily. Let's be honest. I mean, they pretty much win all the opening gunfights.
Producer Boom here now with the LMG, as you can hear it. Unloading half a clip through the windows upstairs, and Ray C now might be rotating to find some stragglers, but no, they're actually going upstairs. Returning back to site, try to hold down this room here. Domes, of course, the center of attention.
Yeah, the back dorm, a really good spot, but we do see some good drones here from Obsession. I mean, they actually have some good info onto players. We did see the Z pings there onto the player tucked down, hiding on the sort of second floor. So they do have some sort of inkling as to where the members of Northern Forces are located currently, but with only 15 seconds left, a little bit of an observation bug on our end. We don't really know what's going on up until this point.
A couple of shots out there, but the most important thing is that no one's fallen just yet. A couple of grenades get cooked, but nothing too exciting. So I think we're sitting toasty.
Toasty indeed, Land. Toasty indeed. The nade to come out, fully cooked. Nitro to follow. Both explosives not hitting, but Jay Lucky once more to open it up. Deadpool for one of his own.
Wow.
Make it 3. Another for Jay Lucky for 2. Silence even chimes in with one of his own. Racy, the last alive, will take down Producer Boom, but at this point, it's only pad statting kills. Deadpool for 2 to lock things out. An Obsession with a fiery burst. 5 into the site, locked down a second for themselves. Definitely looking a lot better for that 3-3 half.
Now on camera, it looked like a little bit of a slow reaction coming in from Racy, but in fact, the pre-fire from the attacker did catch him off guard, and unfortunately, he fell victim to the swarm of Obsession players just flooding the room. I'm pretty sure in the last moments of those cameras there, we saw like all 5 members storming the one bedroom in bunk, and it looked like a nightmare. It looked like a horde mode game. And they were definitely in the final half of that. So Northern Forces getting overwhelmed in that round there does show that Obsession are ready to send it. They are in prime gear. Just unfortunately, they need to make sure they're not getting caught out in some of these opening kills.
Yeah, I mean, if Obsession can sort of tighten up the drones like we saw in that round, keep up that sort of momentum. I mean, Northern, when they're faced against Obsession, when they have the information, it's such a clear difference. I mean, when Obsession can lock it down, figure out where they all are, and then push accordingly. I mean, Northern Forces in that round and the other one that we've seen Obsession win have just not been able to handle it.
This time around, they're bringing the Finka to swap in for the Twitch, and the Ash as well. So considering where they're going this time around over in Hall, it does look like perhaps the Ash might want to send it quite aggressively down meeting room. Not sure exactly where she's positioned right now, but Clazy on the Warden this time, bringing that in with the MPX. Might be able to make something happen as he tries to defend closer to site as a hard anchor.
It's an interesting pick, but regardless, Lan, I mean, they have an interesting setup. They've got upstairs presence. They've got Deadpool here, clearing out that trophy position. No ADS is there to cover, so a good start, some good damage as well. Binbin actually downed, and the confirmation there, the Ash charge.
No way.
To confirm that kill, but it's not going to connect. He will be able to crawl away to some semblance of safety. No one yet to go and revive, and I'd imagine this will be a confirmation here.
The trail of blood. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, he will make it to the... No, he won't. Okay, Deadpool finds him in time. That was close. But Deadpool definitely dropped a lot of utility. Has no more breaching charges left. But he found an opening kill at the Binbin. That's pretty good, considering Binbin's been finding quite a few frags himself. 5-4 right now on the 6th round. So, generally finding 1 kill per round is pretty decent on that defense.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you take what you can get, but it looks like the push has been sort of flipped up a little bit here as they sort of switch the focus onto the west side. They do have one player locking down the back stairs to sort of stop these rotates like we see Clazy going for now. But I mean, this is going to be an interesting execute for Obsession. I mean, they're changing up the flow. Northern Forces expecting it. No, inside of security. It's going to be Roldini to find the opening. The bomb now going down. And Northern Forces don't really seem to have a clue what's going on. The smoke to come out. The diffuser planted. Everyone's starstruck as it's now a frantic retake here for the defense. Smokes to come out. Yi, can he cut it off long enough? Because there's already 10 seconds elapsed. 30 now in the post plan.
Yeah. See Clazy get taken off there with a headshot from Deadpool. That only leaves Yiga and Schwan left to defend on site. But even then, Yiga's taking a whole lot of damage. Unsure of where that's coming from. Might be upstairs, might be across the hall. But it does look like he will be taken there by Roldini and the LMG, leaving Schwan, a very wounded Maestro, all alone with the LMG. And yeah, he's going to get caught out there for a flawless round from Obsession. 1 flawless round each on both sides now.
Yeah, trading flawless rounds, and the Cowboy had Maestro at the end. But yeah, Obsession, a good sort of way to end that attacking half. I mean, Oregon, if you start on attack, you have to get the rounds in, because when you go onto the defense, you know, you want to have that good footing to continue on with the momentum. They've won a couple in a row now, so provided going forward with 3, things are, I would imagine, going to be that little bit more difficult here now for Northern, because they are on the they started on the defensive side. That is where you have to get the rounds in the opening moments of Oregon, and they didn't. So essentially, it's a 0-0 start. Back to the beginning. Obsession now on the defense, though. A defensive-oriented team. I mean, this team on defense is insane. You look at the roam from Producer Broom. You look at how Deadpool plays. I mean, even Jay Lucky in this matchup, 7-2 right now for Obsession. He has been doing monumentous work on both the roam roam clear, rather, should I say. But on the Maverick, I mean, the hard breacher, clearing things out, opening up opportunities, as well as finding kills for his team. Northern Forces have definitely got to be scared now that they're on that attacking side, because if they get caught out by him on the Jaeger here, things not going to be looking too great.
Considering that the Jaeger technically also has less responsibility to stay alive that early, he's going to be able to, he's going to have that express license to be a little bit more aggressive as well. So you're completely right, he is going to be a little scarier this time on that defense, especially with that carbine. But Northern Forces, they have a pretty scary lineup as well. They've got the Lion, they've got the Iana, and they also have the Finka all lined up, along with a Buck. An operator that we haven't seen very often here in the league. But when he does show up, it usually equates to a lot of frags and quite a few kills.
I mean, for Oregon, he's an interchangeable soft breacher, right? He can open up floors, but walls as well. And you already see, I mean, 4 shells, 2 walls, pretty much completely opened up for multiple lines of sight. And that is that entire west side cleared out with just that skeleton key utility. I mean, you didn't have to drone the shower. You just open up the wall, push on through. They've got 2 players locked inside of security and kitchen here. Ray holding the cross out. I mean, this is a great start for Northern locking down these players right now.
Yeah, Northern Forces are being very time efficient right now. 2 minutes left on the clock, but they've already made it on the site. And you see Ray C already heading out just on the outside of the meeting hall. So they're not wasting any time at all. Schwan already trying to peek through this kitchen. Might even find some of the defending members as they get pinched. Oh,
that
that's
was
unlucky.
Great use of the Kiva barricade there. Will block that line of sight. Flashbang to help clear it out. But from the kids' hatch, I mean, the support provided by Producer Boom, not even in the fragging department, just being able to close that door up on multiple occasions is going to be great. Bin Bin will open things up with 2, just walking into security and taking down both J Lucky and Silence. So support, regardless, it was enough at the end of the day. And unfortunately for Obsession, that means they're going to concede 2.
High angle here for Producer Boom with the Azami on trying to hold down the attic. Has a little bit of barbed wire. Might give away his position. I wouldn't worry about it too much, but it doesn't look ideal for him on that defense. However, doesn't look like he's gonna come into contact with anyone anytime soon. Schwan playing the low angle here with the skeleton key, as we've mentioned before, just providing so much utility and being so time efficient with his presence. We do see Deadpool, however, getting taken off the board quite quick. Schwan finding a nice little headshot here from below.
Yeah, with the skeleton key as well, I believe. So 5 alive for Northern on their first attacking round. Only 2 for Obsession, make it 1. Robini goes down from the kids' rappel, and Producer Boom finds himself very quickly in a 1 versus 5. Can he make it any better? 1v4? No, he's not going to find any more. Clay to take him down in the dying moments of that round. And yeah, Clayzy, I mean, really, really well done. But a great first attacking round from Northern here.
Yeah, from the start, Northern looked so much more confident than Obsession with that attack, and just so timely with everything. Everyone using utility to its maximum potential, and Schwan really turning up with that skeleton key, providing not only the entries and taking down a lot of that soft wall, but also even finding a kill with it. So a lot of value coming in from that Buck.
Yeah, a lot indeed. I mean, you saw the multitude that he was able to open up from inside of security alone, but that is why Buck on a map like Oregon is insane. I mean, not only do you have the flashbangs available, but keep in mind you also have the secondary hard breach. Could sort of also be the replacement for that Maverick, but as we talk all this great stuff about Buck, Schwan is going to jump off and opt back into the meta Zofia, with Ray C bringing the sledge as opposed to the Yana. So they do still have the soft breach in tow, just not that secondary hard breach that maybe we would have expected. Clayzy on the line. It's a good pick, but maybe one that isn't doing as much as they'd hope. I mean, Obsession don't really seem to be bothered by it.
Lion is a bit of a hit or miss operator, but if you have the intel, he can be very deadly, locking the opponent in place, or even forcing them to rotate, giving away their position. So we'll see how that rolls out, but Bin Bin already by the bathrooms and the showers here as he finds and might even encounter 3 members holding that roam.
Well, I mean, you technically got 4 if you look over towards the main lobby side. Producer Boom as well.
Yeah.
Hiding, or at least was, inside of the classroom, but Bin Bin will spot the player at the top of Freezer. Opts to hold his position, probably the good choice. Wait for his team to catch on up. The one-tap pre-fire, seeing if you can find an early kill. But it's actually going to be Juan to get into the opening altercation here with, I believe, Roldini getting a little bit aggressive on these picks.
A little bit of a standoff here. Xuan holding down these angles, doesn't find an early victim, but instead might even just find a little bit of a cheeky angle here just to hold, as he tries to, I suppose, wait for the rest of his team to give him a little bit of an order. But there we go. Xuan finally finding that kill onto Roldini, opens it up for them, and there goes your mute early in the game.
Yeah, losing a Nitro, not the best, but the players inside of security are going to drop off at probably a good call as well, given that Bin Bin was walking in again, and seeing as what happened last time, we don't want to be giving him any extra kills. But we come down into the last half of the round. 4 versus 5 in a very doable position for both, but with the attack obviously having that one player more, things looking that little bit better for Northern here on the execute.
Thunderbird with the automatic shotgun might be a pretty interesting use, but it also has the Bearing 9 there now, swapping over between the two depending on the range available. But Northern Forces are looking to set up for their final push in for this last minute. A couple more openings here for themselves, but the Coda stations nearby might allow Obsession to actually hold down some of these angles if they can find a couple of picks. Silence still has 2 Toxic Babes that might buy them some time, and there's 1 C4 left to produce a boom. They did lose 1 on Roldini, as you mentioned, but they still have a little bit of delay left in their pocket to buy them some time.
Yeah, especially these Goyo det packs as well. 20 seconds of burn time, plenty to lock down anyone wanting to come into that back site, which is what Northern Forces are looking to execute on right now. Deadpool for the first point of contact, swings on round. We'll find the opening. Juan goes down, the flashbangs into E-Box. The drop not there, but huge damage dealt from Deadpool. The shotgun connects at long range. The fire there too to deny has been popped. The third with the Bearing. 1 left alive. One finds 2 quick kills to make things very winnable, but Jay lucky to close it out. Obsession will hold on. Some good kills traded back by Northern, but Obsession, they make it work.
Deadpool finding that last few seconds quite explosive, actually running through with the Spas and just finding a lot of very valuable kills, especially the one through the hatch on the angle 2 walls away. Amazing. Definitely put a stop in Northern Forces' push, forced anyone dropping in to really send it, but ultimately ending up pushing that without any backup and half of a plan, really. So Obsession really finding some nice defense there, and like you said, some positive trades for them. Now tying up that scoreline 4-4 on round 9. It's starting to look a little bit better, but we've said before, these two teams are just very aggressive, and as you can see in the last 30 seconds of that round, they're just sending it one way or the other, and if they keep doing this, it's going to be an overtime match at this rate.
It could definitely be overtime. I mean, the fact that, you know, he was able to find 3 in the space of 15 seconds really just opened the door there for Obsession to lock it out. But Deadpool really going huge on that Thunderbird. I mean, even the Bearing, the interchangeability between the weapons, close and long range, he gets the job done regardless. And yeah, sets them up really well now, equalizing 4-4.
Yeah, Thunderbird's getting swapped off this time though, so he's gonna bringing in the mute, swapping it with Roldini, who's gonna switch over to the alibi, so allowing him to just play a little bit more aggressively and a little bit freer on that roam.
We talked about Deadpool not having the best of beginnings to this matchup in terms of frags, but now that he's found himself some pretty solid kills, I guess he could hear it in the casting booth. But Greenhall window will be opened up, not really alarming for Obsession to any degree. They have the information in terms of the bulletproof. They know what they want to be doing. This upstairs roam, locking it down. A good spread of player right now for Obsession, with Northern yet to really make it into the building and start opening things up.
Clazy might be able to get Northern Forces closer to sight, a little bit safer with that shield there. Might have to place that right in front of the opening, but no, uses it to actually rotate down the stairs, place a claymore down, and maybe a cheeky angle here for himself as he tries to push on some of these positions. No, actually rotates and pulls that back. Interesting.
Well, it's going to be Ray started off. Roldini will go down, and no trade from Producer Boom, unfortunately. Just snuck up to the door, it seems, without any real cross. Producer really just sort of focused on the cameras, I suppose, either way. An opening kill for Northern, not what you want, especially with presence upstairs where you can be holding those crossfires. But yeah, Deadpool now at the point of contention inside of Attic. Takes a little bit of damage. He's forced back towards Kids, and Northern start to lock the defenders into positions, looking to start this execute.
Nice little frag grenade kill right onto Silence. That does take away their smoke, and that's massive. That is a huge loss. No Toxic Babes means Northern Forces have less of a stop and less holding them off from entering site quite freely. Jay Lucky and Producer Boom, of course, still on that row, being quite cheeky, trying to find out any kills on the anyone roaming on the outside. But Jay Lucky finding an opening here, taking down some of these claymores as well. We'll find that the side has the diffuser already planted.
The shield available for Jay Lucky to play on finds two, opens things up really well here for Obsession, but traded back by Clazy. Producer Boom to take down Yi inside of the site. Will be droned out. One player on the hatch above, but it's not open. The pre-fire, though, from Clazy to lock it out. Northern regain the lead with another round on the attack. Definitely a match so far that is panning out to be a relatively close one, coming in to the 10th round so far.
Honestly, bit of a back and forth between both teams here. Great play by Jay Lucky actually using that shield, but unfortunately just overswung on that angle. If he could stay alive in that one situation, I think that would have eased up a lot of tension for Producer Boom to actually come in with the I forgot her name. Sorry, my brain's not working. Yeah, and to be able to actually allow Jay Lucky to rotate upstairs and clear the attic, but unfortunately that wasn't the case, and he went down a little bit early. So this time around, I'm gonna be seeing if they can change that around. But losing your smoke that early was pretty big, but I don't think it was the reason why they lost that round. Definitely struggled there for Obsession, but round 10 might be a little bit better here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Lan, so far we've seen a lot of interchangeability in terms of operator picks for everyone, you know, people swapping off what they're playing. Do you think that that might be hurting both of these teams respectively a little bit?
It has something, it's playing a little bit in there, but I don't think that's the real crutch in the situation here. Definitely think that neither teams are just giving each other the respect that of not respecting each other's aggression, you know? Like, both teams are being very aggressive in some situations, and they're catching each other out based on how aggressive they are, you know?
Yeah, I mean, sum it up pretty well. I mean, yes and no, I guess at the same time. It's a bit of both, but regardless, Obsession trail once more as Northern regain the lead after that round. They are going to go for a reattempt here at Kitchen Meeting. So they were confident in what they had. Maybe they just sort of let a couple picks go too early, something along the lines of maybe a strategy fault. But as North make their way into the building, very similar as they did to the last, I mean, Obsession don't look like they've really changed too much.
No, they haven't. Essentially the same lineup here. But it really does come down to their positioning and how they're going to stop this. Northern Forces already getting to work on that wall. Silence opting to use the Toxic Babes quite early to push them off from that. But Clazy now back in that same position behind his own wall.
Yeah, it's going to lock down a lot of the site. I mean, having the Osa. Osa is an operator that you see bought pretty much every time this site is played. The attack obviously bringing it. Not only does the operator bring claymores, smokes if you want them, it's very versatile at helping lock things out. But the Keeper Barricades, speaking of, used to lock it out. Come on, smoke can go for the swing. This could be big. Bin with an aid, though, could be good to open things up here.
Oh, unfortunately, a little bit overcooked. not able to actually push the smoke out of there. He does now rotate. Might be able to catch someone on that push. No, actually, he's still behind that Kiba barricade. No one's stopping him so far. A couple of shots through the pew itself, but nothing. Oh, there we go. Finally, Silence getting taken out there by Yiga as he gets caught on rotation, gets caught peeking. Might make it a little bit easier for Northern Forces to push in now, but Silence already used all 3 Toxic Babes and he bought a lot of time, leaving... Oh my gosh!
Not too sure what happened there, but the Claymore connects. A Nitro from deep hits the roof before it even gets anywhere close. Jay lucky to find one. The diffuser dropped. That's the planter down, but inside of Attic has one on his window he has to worry about. They have to go for the replant here. 15 seconds, one inside of the site will be spotted by Deadpool, but on low HP has to swing into split to play for his life. The plant going down right next to him, but the drop from the hatch ray there. Northern Forces lock it out and look good going on to match point. I mean, Land, things not looking good right now.
Northern Forces are starting to pull away here on round 11. Obsession only have a couple of opportunities left, and they essentially can't make any more mistakes. They've been caught out, they've been callous. But if anything, I suppose it's more the fact that Northern Forces are just playing really well. We saw it from the start. As soon as they swapped over to attack, they were just really on point, and they really had a lock on what they wanted, and they were delivering and executing their plans and their strategies quite efficiently. Obsession are just a little lost. They're playing a little bit too passively. They're not rotating upstairs to control Attic, to push on anyone inside that tower, and you're kind of leaving them free to roam in that space. So they need to be a bit more proactive, in my opinion. But now that we've gone back downstairs into basement, maybe we might see something different. They generally worked out quite well every time they entered the site for that defense, but they really can't afford to lose it anymore.
Yeah, the O's are definitely making big changes. That Nitro, though, I don't even think it would have landed had he thrown it at even the most perfect trajectory that he could have imagined from behind that shield. It wouldn't have got anywhere close. So, look, you have to appreciate the effort. Unfortunately, in practice, maybe not doing the best. But I mean, Jay Lucky right now, it's really just holding the fort down. But we look towards what's going on, Ray, with the Blitz.
Wow.
Sean on the line as well. 2 drones that come out. And I'd imagine that this is going to be the rush. They know that Obsession play for that late setup upstairs with a heavy roam as well. So a rush through blue is actually a really great point of call. And there you go, the line to come out straight into blue. 2 players deep. Ray already in pillar. No contestment, but from the hatch above takes a considerable amount of damage. It's an SSG style to switch it up, but the player on the hatch dies. Yi connects. Castle Barricade called out. The nade will be used to open that up, I believe, but no, eaten up. Yi finds a second. It's all falling apart here for Obsession on the defense as they flood into pillar. Jay lucky to find one. The Nitro from Producer Boom to take down Yi. Things very quickly trading back and forth. Clazy will find another onto Jay Lucky, but as it all starts to slow down, the Lion scan to open up the opportunities here for Northern. They've taken some big losses, and now it's a 2 versus 3. Deadpool and Producer Boom, the last alive to keep Obsession in this.
Oh no, Racy caught in the Vulcan itself. A triple kill going down to Producer Boom, along with the Vector. Does set the tone, leaving Clazy all alone despite the very aggressive push. He finds 1 kill onto Producer Boom, might find another, pops the Vulcan to stop his own one defender trying to get through, but the diffuser's not in hand. He has to pick it up and now rotate all the way onto site. Flashbangs go out, might be able to find an opening here, but as he tries to find any idea of where he might be able to plant this safely, the one defender, Deadpool, waiting for the right moment. He knows he's got the opportunities, he's got the control. A C4 over the shelf forces him to rotate, but Clazy still not pushing this angle. Both in the standoff.
It's got an air jab. I mean, air jab the door, go for the plant. There you go, the call made as I say it. He's thinking about it. He wants to get that air jab up, indeed he will. But it's going to connect to the chassis. That is a shame for Clazy. A little bit bewildered at what has just happened. But hearing the air jab, he thinks that it's on the door. Deadpool has to go for the rotate. Will shoot the air jab on the double door. The bomb will go down for Clazy here. But is it going to cost him? No. Tucked in deep behind the chassis. He is going to connect with the SMG shot, though. The air jab to find it. An Obsession will hold on for 1 more round. Northern unable to put 2 and 2 together on the rush.
Unfortunately, their push just came crumbling down as soon as they came across the reinforced barricade on that double door. The Blitz taking a lot of damage made him play far more passive than he should have. He still had 2 smoke grenades. Could have used that, unfortunately didn't. Did fall down and get taken out by that Vulcan. So just really good setup by Obsession and not enough detailed scouting from the attacking team. They tried to send that and get very aggressive, but you know, the explosive detonation packs doing quite a lot of work there. In place of having that smoke, by the way. So they didn't bring the smoke at all, but they couldn't even get close to that site, and the Vulcans actually took out a lot of damage on a lot of members on that attacking side.
Yeah, they did. I mean, the det packs were kind of nuts in those dying moments of that round. They dealt huge damage to everybody, defenders and attackers respectively. So I mean, the fact that it came that close, Clazy, I mean, the super sub almost making it happen. That air jab though,
a bit of a misplay.
Kind of worked. It kind of worked. I mean, he thought that the air jab was on the door. He didn't realize that it wasn't there, and made the shotgun rotate disappeared. So I mean, it kind of worked.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not able to get that plant down. He could have baited it out a little bit, but unfortunately, still did get caught. Pros don't fake, unfortunately. Northern Force is still on match point, though. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. They should be rearing to get this over with, but Obsession have one last opportunity to bring in an overtime match here on day 10 of the Operation League in Southeast Asia's Summer Split.
Yeah, well, not a lot of time spent on the drone so far. I mean, a minute has elapsed, and we only really see the kills beginning to come out now as the phase checks come through. Northern to open things up once more. Juan on the buck, having a really good game so far in that soft breach, and yeah, Obsession down once again, finding themselves at the deficit.
Silence not having a great time right now. Takes a little bit of damage from that grenade, but Deadpool gets taken out. 2-9, and another grenade right next to him. Oh, there we go. Obsession crumbling down to some unfortunate kills.
Unfortunate indeed. Roldini does find one, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to be enough. It's a 4 versus 2 as one jumps in highway. Roldini will spot the player. Does hear the barbed wire being broken as well, but has to attempt to make it away alive here as the flashbang comes through the door to be opened up as the keeper barricade is cleared out. The smoke not punished in this position. Northern still have 4, but there you go from below. Clazy to take down Roldini, the last alive. Producer Boom, who's been having an insane game so far as the super sub. Can he find the 1 versus 4? He got 3 in the last round. It's just 1 extra kill in this round. A lot of damage dealt to Clazy. The bomb going down at the main double as the player walks by into the rotate. Almost had the planter, but there you go. Northern Forces in 7-5 fashion get the job done. And unfortunately for Obsession, couldn't make it happen.
So I guess we were wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, Northern Forces have really proven that they've got what it takes. They've got that sub in there as well. But hey, what an impressive round. Their attacking half was very convincing, very dominating. And Clazy's, he turned up. He really did. Schwan, of course, for me, was the MVP of that game. Just because of his efficiency, his timing, and his sheer fragging power.
Yeah, Clay's doing really well on the sub side of things, but either way, I guess we have a good pick from Infian, and regardless, there's a reason that he's leading the charge right now for the caster predictions, but all the same, I mean, game number 1, 7-5 to kick us off. It's not overtime. It could have been quite easily, but it was a relatively proficient matchup. I mean, we saw a lot of back and forth, I'm sure, as we'll see in the match breakdown momentarily, but it was a very sort of 1-round trade, 2-round trade, back and forth, Rainbow Six, but we saw a little bit of everything. I mean, we got got plants, we got kills, we got defusers, so we really did get the mixed bag.
Yeah, it was quite close all the way up to the end. As soon as it hit attacker side there for Northern Forces, it was just over. Unfortunately, Obsession just could not find a second win for themselves in order to actually pull that overtime in. But overall, a good game. Still satisfied with what we had. Obsession did show that they have grown, and Producer Boom did have a good time in that game, as you mentioned, the super sub. But unfortunately, just not enough to take them over the line. So, great job by Northern Forces, really. Still impressed by the Buck. Honestly, I wanted to see it more often.
Yeah, Buck's really, really good. I mean, he brings so much, as we sort of talked about already, flashbangs. I mean, the skeleton key for the soft breach, both above, below, walls, floors, the likes of which, the hard breach secondaries, great replacement for Maverick on a map, maybe like Clubhouse, Oregon. Some that has a lot of hatches. I mean, 3-story maps, you look towards maybe more Villa. Buck is also really, really good. So good to see him implemented into the lineup tonight. I mean, a 3-3 half, also very respectable, but no Buck from Northern, which could have maybe changed a little bit more in their favor. I mean, they did some good damage regardless of what they had available to them. But look, yeah, Obsession, unfortunately, not able to get the job done at the end of the day. Northern, pretty convincingly locking that out, I would say, in 7-5.
Yeah, and as we can see from the results here, back and forth quite convincingly. Mostly team wipes, of course, and kills to end some of these rounds as we would have predicted. But there were a couple of unfortunate missed timings there from Northern Forces and Obsession, both respectively.
Well, regardless, they close it out in regulation. So 3 points. You got to be happy walking away with that at the end of the night. That's what it's all about. Points get you positions on the leaderboard, and depending how everyone else goes tonight, might even put them in a new standing on the leaderboard. But regardless of that, I mean, yeah, we got the whole mixed bag. We got plants, we got defusers, we got kills across the board. A really good showing from both of these two teams. There's a reason that they're relatively similar in ranking. I mean, they sit next to each other on the leaderboard, but that quite easily could have been an overtime game land. I mean, you look at how it panned out. Things were definitely even just until that last leg when Northern sort of picked things up. But speaking of picking things up, you can pick yourself up some credits, 600 Rainbow Six credits to be exact. All you have to do, follow Rainbow Six SEA Twitch channel, which is the one we're on right now, and enter the hashtag in the chat, hashtag Fight for Glory, for your chance to win. PC only, unfortunately, but still make sure you do all of those steps for your chance to walk away with some credits.
Yeah, of course, that pin is a very limited edition. You're not going to be able to find it anywhere else, so make sure you secure that. And we're going to be doing this 3 more times today. So after every match, 1 winner in the chat. Don't miss your opportunity. There are so many more available to you, and there's also more going out tomorrow. So don't sleep on these giveaways, guys. Definitely a lot of chances if you haven't won any just yet. So congratulations to the winners in chat, but I think we're going to a small break, Proto. We are going to come back for our next match between Fury and Gaming Gladiators. Definitely one of the highlights of the night, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking really, really good. I'm very excited for it. But yeah, we are going to go to a small break, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere. We will return shortly with the Operations League after this break.
There you go again, looking so handsome. Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. When no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We still at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at a getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-four weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line I'm in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
I can't let you go. There's no way. I'm already still burning. So hold to me close. Now, baby, I do what I'm told. Still learning to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line. Yeah, you got me shifting the paradigm. No longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Act like you're surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, 'cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall, I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line. Yeah, you got me shifting the paradigm. No longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Yeah. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Yeah. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike.
I've been on the run for a little while now. catch my breath from chasing you. So tell me when you will know what it is you want. 'Cause I don't wanna wait forever, no. Make up your mind, stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life. Life is way too short. The clock is ticking down. We only have one chance. Let's dance to it. Won't you make up your mind? Stop wasting my time. You know we only have one life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. One life, one life. Yeah, we only have one life.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute, take a minute, take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna go and lay you down. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? Such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this
the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And it's feeling like I've been never fighting for the love. Oh yeah, it's so
There you go again, looking so handsome. Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return to the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-4 weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running out the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
I can't let you go. There's no way. I'm already still burning. So hold me close, now baby. I do what I'm told. Still learning to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line. Yeah, you got me shifting the paradigm. No longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Act like you're surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall, I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing, wishing. You're my lucky strike, yeah. Love the way you ride, look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice, yeah. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike.
I've been on the run for a little while now.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it.
Wow. Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing. Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position, nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, no C4, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and it's going as what? Again! A quadra-kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back, like call this 1v4. Mix into 1v3 is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Hollis, he gets another kill on a pin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
If I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the extended ad break. We are here once more with the Operations League, continuing on for the evening. Now, unfortunately, we've had some unfortunate sort of circumstances come up behind the scenes. That means that Gaming Gladiators are going to be forfeiting their match tonight, which means Fury get a default win, which means that we don't have to watch that game land. We're going to go straight on to game number 3, Direwolves versus Astrape.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just won't see what I would have thought would have been a highlight of the night, but Astrape versus Direwolves is going to be a match where we kind of see what the outcome is going to be, considering Astrape's history and their performance so far. We're not going to sugarcoat it. It is going to be pretty rough for them, but yesterday they managed to take 3 rounds away in their match against, I believe it was Fury. So maybe they can do something here, considering that I would place Fury and Direwolves in the same skill bracket. Perhaps maybe they can get more than 3 rounds. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Okay. Interesting, interesting placement. But regardless, I mean, Direwolves, yes, one of the top SEA teams going up against a Strape, I believe, the third placed qualifying team coming into this off the back of, I believe, Invictus stepping down. So regardless, they are here. They are in the tournament, yet to find themselves a win. 9 losses so far to their names, not even in overtime, just all regulation losses at a minus 41 on the points side of things. Not looking great at all, if we're being completely honest, especially going up against Direwolves, I believe, sitting up comfortably in 3rd, 4th place right now. 4th, on the leaderboard. So, definitely not going to be a great game, I'd imagine, for a Strape going into this, given that they are yet to find any type of win whatsoever in the Operations League so far.
Yeah, I said this yesterday and I'll say it again. It's only comparable to the Shanghai Dragons from Overwatch from a long, long time ago, and it's historically just a pretty bad run for them so far. They have over time just, found some incremental wins, and they have found some good rounds, good moments, and they've shown that they've grown just a little bit. They're not without talent, it's just a very steep curve for them.
Well, I mean, coming out of the qualifiers, arguably on the back end, put off the back foot, coming into this tournament, they have done relatively well. I mean, they've done some damage, they've taken some rounds away from some big teams. They have a great roster lineup as well. I mean, Big G, Young Alpha, Phenomenal, Hayabushi, and Bolivian. It's 5 players that definitely know what they're doing, but unfortunately when it comes to game day so far, they're yet to put it into motion.
Yeah, we've seen them individually perform quite well, Bolivian included, despite having the lowest kill count. But like you said, as a team, it's just not gelling. Maybe they need to reassess their roles and maybe place each other in different positions. It's just not working out whatever they're formulating on their side right now. It's kind of rough. But on a personal basis, we can agree that, they do perform fairly well. Speaking about performing fairly well, look at Soufflé. 108 frags. I mean, sure, we're at that stage of the tournament and the league where someone's bound to break triple digits, but considering he's a whole 27 points ahead of Jackie, who we all know is quite the monster, it's very impressive.
I mean, that's probably one of the highest, if not the highest amount of kills in the Operations League, I'd imagine, Land. So, for Soufflé, that's kind of insane. That's almost an average of 11 kills per game. Yeah. Given that this is Playday number 10. So, look, very, very scary things going up against a Strape tonight. The Direwolves, as we've said many times, one of the best teams in SEA. But even better, the map pick, Skyscraper.
Yep.
Nothing in the ordinary. We are going the extraordinary here on this map pick.
We saw Skyscraper yesterday for the first time ever. And I suppose maybe Christmas is coming twice this year because it's a map that, we just don't get. We don't get it very often. It's not favored by many teams, but glad to have it on board,
It's a great map. It really is. Since its rework and reiteration into the competitive map pool, no real surprise that it has seen not a lot of play. I mean, it is relatively new. Teams haven't necessarily had a lot of play time on that map, and this is the first competitive season since its re-release into the map pool that it has been in competitive Rainbow Six. And even so, it is a map that has not seen a lot of play across multiple leagues, multiple tournaments, just because it is rather difficult. It's very attacking sided, but at the same time, it can be very defender sided, dependent on how teams play it. And I don't think teams have quite locked in the play style of the map to sort of have it where it has its own niche in the competitive scene. I mean, it's not really well known, I would say, enough to be being played on the regular, but it's here tonight, and it's an interesting choice.
Now, I want to correct myself. Skyscraper has actually been picked twice before, so this is the third time we've seen it. Yeah, absolutely. But what I want to note is that the last time it was played yesterday was also by a Strape against Fury. So coming in, maybe they've learned a couple of things and they want to give it a second chance. It is completely possible. Definitely think there's an opportunity here for something interesting to happen, and if they're coming back with lessons learned and maybe some fresh tactics, this might be their chance to really shine.
It may be indeed, Lan, but as we head on forward into our, well, technically third match of the night, very quickly we'd like to thank our sponsors, Kingston Fury, once more, but starting things off as always with the bands. Maverick to go, no real surprise, very, very strong on Skyscraper. When you do see it played, Thatcher will probably be left in like he is majority of the time, depending on what Astrape want to get rid of. Obviously, it could be something that they don't want to go up against, given that this is a map that they seem somewhat proficient on. They took 3 rounds from Fury yesterday on it, so letting it through the veto again, Direwolves must be considerably comfortable on it, knowing that's what happened yesterday. Obviously, VOD review went in overnight, but Ying to go, leaving the defense open to the picking here.
Ying is a pretty decent band considering a lot of these rooms and a lot of the spaces in Skyscraper are quite confined. Bandit, another strong choice to ban on Skyscraper, considering I believe the tea room is quite a popular spot for Bandit mains, and it can be quite the obstacle, especially as they can drop out of there through hatch into the kitchen, and that actually saves them quite a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, even in Geisha, you see Bandit in Geisha a lot, probably. I would say probably more than Tea Room, provided on the style of hold that they are going for in that Geisha extension. Regardless, Cade to go as well, which really only leaves Mute as Walden Isle up for the pick here, and Direwolves on the defense start. It's not going to leave them too much to work with, but keep in mind, they were the ones to get rid of Cade as well as Bandit. True. So, interesting choices from Direwolves, possibly in the strat book, I guess we could say, but there you go. Thatcher will come out in round number 1, having been left up, making his way through the ban phase, and will be here from round 1, I'd imagine, pretty much in every single round subsequently after this. But Direwolves starting it off on the defense, and no, maybe not. Maybe it is Astrape that will be starting off on the defense, and we will do a small rehost, I would imagine, momentarily to correct that one. Direwolves starting on the attack, I guess, as the difference maker here. So going forward into this, let's recalibrate Lan. On the defensive side, how do we rate Astrape's chances?
It is the best possible opportunity they have available. It does look like we are going to the rehost immediately before it's too late, but good call from the teams to say that, this is not the right way around, and it's gonna make sure Astrape have the best possible options available to them in this first half. If they did start an attack, it would be pretty rough. They started on defense yesterday as well, I believe, but man, it could honestly just go. Yeah, they started on defense yesterday as well, and it could go pretty sour for them on the attack. It just did not work out last time.
I mean, with a team with such an attacking proficiency like the Direwolves, I mean, they have unrivaled aggression across SEA, and the way that they sort of coordinate their pushes, coordinate their player positioning, everything that Direwolves bring to the board is really scary, especially if it is allowed to build up momentum. I mean, we've seen it on multiple occasions. I mean, even against teams like Elevate, if Direwolves are allowed to build up 2-3 round leads, or even just find themselves 2-3 rounds in the mid game of a match, they can come back out of nowhere and arguably walk away with the dub, regardless of the situation. So for Astrape, it's going to have to be a lot about sort of dictating pace. If they want to have a chance here, starting on defense is really, really good, but they're going to have to micromanage the amount of leeway that they give the Direwolves, because if they don't, things, as you said, they're going to go sour pretty quickly. And this, I mean, if allowed, will probably end in a 7-1, 7-0 if the Direwolves have anything to say about it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It doesn't look very great. I don't think Astrape are going to go down without at least 2 rounds, but that's me being hopeful. Like, their performance against Fury yesterday really was a bit better than I thought it would be. And that's me, unfortunately, just being a little bit harsh as well. But I think Fury are a roster that have been very aggressive, if not maybe a little bit more aggressive than Direwolves. We've seen them pull out really pocket picks with the Amaru and just absolutely sending it from start to end in very aggressive, very no holds barred fashion. And Direwolves definitely are a very aggressive team, I agree, and they are very well known, but at the same time I think they are a little bit more calculated than what we might be assuming them to be. So they definitely have had their rocky starts though, and they definitely have had their rocky moments where we honestly thought they would perform better. But yeah, coming into this game here, we'll have to go to a short break while we reset this up, and we'll be back as soon as the bans are underway. Don't go anywhere, boys and girls. We will be back in a moment soon.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it.
Wow. Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing.
We are back. Redoing the bans, I'd imagine, probably putting them in the same as they were just before the break. Indeed, Ying and Maverick to go. Continuing on, obviously the same band, Bandit, Cade. Well, I would imagine that is going to be the ruling.
Well, I hope so.
But yeah, well, you would hope so, wouldn't you? But regardless, Straight now on the defense, looking a little bit better, sort of setup-wise than they did coming into it on attack.
So this time, a little bit more of a chance for Strape here to find some easier rounds on defense for Skyscraper. And you know, Skyscraper generally a map where defense has a bit more of an opportunity to take it away. About 54.5% chance for a defense win here. So far, it's the best odds. Sure, it's not a lot, but you know what? That's kind of what we want to see anyway. We don't want to see the odd 70% chance for a defense win. That's a bit too much. But hey, bringing in the Melusi along with the Azami this time is going to be pretty interesting to see. Quite standard pick so far. Azami is definitely finding her place here in the meta, and definitely has been quite an impact, especially for a map like Skyscraper where a lot of the hallways and a lot of the rotations are actually quite narrow.
Yeah, I mean, you do like to see Azami played on pretty much any map, given that she has had an insane sort of implementation since her introduction to the competitive operator selection pool. But either or, she's going to have a great effect, I'd imagine, on Skyscraper. A Straight, though, on the defense. Same side as the Direwolves, different setup, different operators. I mean, sort of similar to some regards. Obviously, the Mute, I would imagine, will be a staple in every single round that we see, given that he is the only denial being allowed through the ban phase. So if Mute isn't bought every round, I would be very surprised.
Yeah, that's going to restrict them on that defense and exactly what they're going to be able to play. But Mute is picked most of the rounds and most of the games we do see anyway, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue moving forward. Gonsex already prepped and opening that one up. Souffle might find an opening here to push himself through with the grappling hook, but not usually having to use that to open up the barricades anyway. Oh, not even going to the top floor, instead going right outside kitchen. Might even find a couple of angles here. Walks right through the barbed wire and maybe find a cheeky angle on anyone in A.
Souffle's already at the top of Black Stairs here and has an angle into the site. Now, the smoke doesn't necessarily spot Souffle, but I don't think Souffle spotted out PG at all there. So no kills just yet, but definitely a good opening here, provided Direwolves want to get aggressive.
Yeah, look at the flexibility Phenomenal's got on that Azami. Surely finding a couple of nice angles here, blocking off any line of sight as well from anyone by that Samurai window.
Indeed, it doesn't allow a lot to be desired, but Phenomenal takes a lot of damage. So does Young Alpha, though. The Kali actually being bought here. Souffle will find the opening kill, but Hayabushi will trade it back straight away. So some good damage dealt across the board. A trade for both teams and 2 players on considerably low HP from both. But in saying that, Dire will still have a lot of good utility for the Execute. Coming in to the final minute, they have a lot of time left to play with.
Kali should be able to do a little bit of damage. It's definitely a very interesting pick for them to bring around. Not very healthy right now, however, and with only 3 members left on that attack, Direwolves are already on that back foot.
Yeah, not a lot really left for them at all on the board. I mean, a 3 versus 4, it's going to be big, sort of asking damage through the wall dealt, but the kill not there. Shadow really needing to hit those. If he wants to give his team the chance, will make his way into the bottom of Drum. 2 players just down next to that drop. Whether or not he's going to find any, a different question as they play towards that shrine position. 30 seconds remain. Harambe makes it into Geisha. The swing round from Shadow will spot the mute, will find the headshot onto Phenomenal. Player flanking round behind. He has some inkling that that player isn't close by. He's going to look behind for a second, but looks away for the remainder. Young Alpha will be able to find his second Hayabushi to take down Harambe as well. And it's all up to Pecan, repelling in on the Kali. He's not even going to get one. Hayabushi with 2 in the round, and a Strafe actually start with the first on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, rappelling in is a huge telegraph of your movement, especially if you're swinging right through the window. So, don't think we're going to be seeing Pecan on that Kali anytime soon. I could be wrong, though. He still hasn't picked his operator. But Ace coming in for that team on the attack, which makes a lot of sense, has a lot of flexibility here, and, you know, he could be swapped out in lieu for the Thermite again, perhaps? I'm not sure. Might even go for a completely different operator. But generally, an easy pick considering some of the positions that he might have to just breach remotely by just throwing some of these Salmonella charges on there.
Did you just say Salmonella?
Yeah, I've been calling them Salmonella charges the entire league. No one has picked it up except like you and Black and Blue.
Oh my, okay. Yeah, all right, there you go. Little interesting factoid, I guess, from Land there. But yeah, the Selma charges, for those of you who may not know, yes, very, very helpful. Especially with a site like this, doesn't really require a Thermite, especially with the multiple. I would say sort of secondary walls that require opening. Obviously, you've got the main breach, you've got that side wall towards the office. So Ace probably the better pick.
Habana could be an operator to go for as well, as she does have that remote and long range ability to breach. But this time around, I suppose they are going for the AKM. Might be a better choice with breaching some of these soft walls, perhaps making some line of sight for themselves. But looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a cheeky push down into the bathrooms. Pecan and team already peeking some of these angles quite aggressively. Hayabushi being taken out there. Jackie somehow just needs to reload that LMG while he can.
Hayabushi to fall. He did find 3 in the last round. I wasn't wrong. But yeah, not the best kill to lose, given that that is one of your big roamers off the board. Nade from below, though, will get eaten up by the ADSs, by the breach. Both, in fact, being taken down by the anti-grenade utility, being bought by a straight Direwolves. Unfortunately, losing out there. They do still have 2 more in the hands of Jackie Wu, and indeed, I do believe one of those used the wall now to be opened up. I'd imagine indeed it is by the ace charge, impacted and closed back up by the Azami.
Oh, very nicely played. Phenomenal, doing a great job holding down that office. Jackie trying to push through now, back down on the first floor. Doesn't see anyone just yet, but I just wanted to make note that when he was reloading that LMG, he actually spent 80 rounds finding that kill onto Hayabushi. 80 rounds. Did not stop pressing left click. Harambe left clicking like a king himself. Phenomenal, going down to a nice clean headshot. Ooh. Pig G.
Great trade. Great trade back, and 3 versus 4 Direwolves hold the advantage, coming in to the last minute of play to elapse from inside of Terrace. some shots towards the door on the balcony, but none connect. Souffle will surpass Big G to find a second. Harambe to fall. Direwolves losing the advantage that they had, now evened out by a straight. Having this player here close on this balcony, though, is going to be good in an attempt to clear Bolivian out, especially in pair with Pecan coming towards Drum now as well with the Zofia. Stuns in hand, will get the information provided by the instant pop, but has to now go for the swing. 150 bullets on the pre-fire will connect. Finds that first kill, allowing Souffle to make his way on round, but Young Alpha to find the kill on the player inside of the site. Pig G putting in big work as well with the SMG. 2 versus 2. Direwolves have to go huge, but with Young Alpha finding that kill onto Souffle, it's not looking good for Pecan whatsoever. 9 seconds remain. 2 kills to find. He's not even going to get 1. 3. Young Alpha straight find a second round on Skyscraper.
You see a strip coming to life here, and honestly, giving us quite a show. Direwolves struggling to get past some of their defenses and even find any kind of momentum. Anytime they open any of these walls, or as the Selma charges start breaching some of these barricades, these reinforced walls, sorry, but you know, like, it gets clogged up. Every time they try to make something happen, it just gets pushed back. So far, Direwolves completely relying on pre-fire and trying to take a lot of these more aggressive angles and just trying to take on team fights. Astrape actually playing the map pretty well to its strengths and to their advantage.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed they are. I mean, Astrape on the defender side of map, we talked about it momentarily. It depends on how the teams play it. Direwolves really yet to find their stride, I suppose, in terms of sort of figuring out what is what. A lot of damage has been dealt here and there, but nothing really cemented in for them right now in terms of how things have been panning out. And yes, they've had the information. They've been finding opening picks as well, but in terms of round conversion, their executes on Skyscraper definitely not looking the sharpest as maybe we would be expecting from them.
It's still early in the round. We'll say that Direwolves are giving them a chance. The Strape definitely are, of course, starting off quite explosively. So this time around, we'll be seeing the Sledge come through and Pecan switching back onto the Thermite. So doubling up with Harambe on the Ace does mean that they want more opportunities to bring in that hard breach. Not a bad option, not a bad choice. But both operators, of course, completely capable of fragging out, especially with the weaponry that they have equipped.
Indeed, I mean, the wall now opened up as well. Direwolves doing a good job of getting these avenues opened up for them. The wall now is going to be a bit of an issue as Thatcher does come out and will actually get the mute jammer through that wall there, which is good for the Direwolves. Obviously opens things up, but they still are yet to clear out anything from upstairs. I mean, we have so much room presence right now for a Strape on that top floor.
No answers for it so far. Right now, we just see that Direwolves are pushing the site quite directly. They're taking their time with a little bit of droning going on right here, but Hayabushi already rotating out of that roam spot as he notices that, you know, given that his position has been found and signaled to the rest of the attacking team. He's got to rotate, get out of there as soon as possible. But Jackie now trying to take some very aggressive angles and looking like he wants to actually move in on site quite eagerly.
I mean, he's allowed to. The player above not spotting him out will indeed find the opening inside of the bedroom closet. And with an aid now to go towards the vertical, it's not going to connect. Pig G once more holding things down on the site side of things. Will take down Souffle, but it's Shadow to take down Pig G. So the trades are there. The bomb now inside of the site. The diffuser this is. It's going to have to be a retake for a Strape as they start by taking some of that upstairs presence off the board.
What an angle to take in. What a retake off that side as well. A couple of pings from above. Bolivian with now a double kill on that MP5. Oh, man.
Oh, Direwolves, you need to clear the roamers out. They have the vertical onto all the plant spots that you could think are safe, but they just aren't in any capacity safe whatsoever. Shadow and Jackie Wu, the last two alive. Jackie Wu with 2 adrenal surges, spots the player inside of waiting, but through the floor, Jackie Wu to take down Bolivian, makes things a little bit more winnable here as Young Alpha rotates back towards reception. Trying to hold this cross, waiting for his teammate. Gets swung on here, but hits the shot onto Jackie Wu, leaving Shadow in a 1 versus 2. One above, one below. Needs to find both if he wants to win the round, but spotted out. Shot in the back. Needs to connect a shot at least on the 1, but no. Young Alpha for 2. A Strape taking Direwolves to school here. 3 rounds in a row. They cannot seem to put anything on the board for themselves whatsoever.
This is growth. If I've got to ever give a Strape kudos, it's today. This is growth. They were not able to defeat Direwolves in the first half of the split. Now that we're coming back for a rematch, they're definitely looking like they're a little bit stronger. Much stronger, if anything, putting Direwolves in position where the diffuser is barely with their actual team. In that last few moments, the Thermite actually rotating off-site with that diffuser was not a great move, and it forced Jackie to actually go pick that up and then take that duel in a very unfavorable position where he was essentially pinched on both sides. Double-pronged attack, or hold, I should say, from that defense. A Strape really held that down. And Direwolves, they just need to collect themselves and focus on the bare basics. Clear the roamers, clear the adjacent rooms, and provide themselves a safe place to put that diffuser down. They made it onto that site a little bit prematurely, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. The opening was there. Jackie Wu took it. The bomb was just a little bit too far behind and possibly in the wrong spot. I mean, the vertical was opened. They didn't check it. Sort of opened them up to being fragged out, which ultimately sort of just skipping steps. Prematurely into the site? Maybe not, but definitely skipping steps.
Well, 3-0 now to a Strape here on round 4. Does look like Direwolves are still trying to find their stride and maybe come on a second win of their own.
Yeah, it's I mean, Direwolves are due around. It's 3-0. And they are yet to find anything whatsoever.
Young Alpha
here.
though, 7-0. This guy is popping off.
Yeah, he is. He's doing really well for a Strape right now on this roam. I mean, 7-0 is definitely nothing to really sort of shy of. But a Strape have been playing it arguably perfectly. I mean, Direwolves are struggling, genuinely struggling, it seems, to really find any sort of leeway because the Strape just aren't letting up whatsoever.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of confidence as well, just from the look of it. Exothermic goes off. Jackie with the adrenal boost, holding a couple of these angles by the exit, but notices no one as Hayabushi now rotates through kitchen, away from his crosshairs.
Shadow is here though. Does he have the ability to make the pick up? Does he hear the player to his right? I think Hayabushi has definitely heard some sort of sound, but no. Shadow on the pixel wins the fight. Hayabushi goes down once more. Souffle, the other L85 in play to find Young Alpha on the other side of the map. So no longer 7-0, unfortunately. Now 7-1, but still big damage dealt. So we come down in the last minute and 10 seconds. A Strape need to find some kills to equalize here.
Fortunately, it's just dragging further and further away. Souffle finds another kill, and it leaves a Strape on the back foot for the first time in a long time. Bolivian finds one. Jackie now off the board. There's your Finka. PigG now on a little bit of a roam as well, despite being the smoke. So 2 Toxic Babes in his pocket. A little bit of a gamble leaving site like that. But he might need to, considering that they have to reposition and retake the site in order to make this defense work.
SMG at close range. Unfortunately not winning out in that instance with the diffuser now planted. Bolivia needs to find all 5 if he wants to take this round for his team. Player at the top of black. Taking a little bit of damage, but Pikan actually taking the most, a team kill.
Oh no.
It would seem from Souffle, interestingly enough, but he's going to make up for it. Find Bolivian on the walk through. I believe he thought his teammate may have been Bolivian there, but regardless, Direwolves finally consolidate. Put 2 and 2 together and put a round on the board. 1 for them, 2 more possibly if they can find a 3-3 half. But I mean, at the moment, Skyscraper in SEA is shaping up to be somewhat defender-sided with a Strape leading the charge, oddly enough to say.
So this is as far as they got with Fury in the last game they had yesterday. Can they go beyond 3 rounds? I definitely think they can, given the performance they've had so far. But I just hope that we don't see them completely fall off this momentum they've built up. And the strong start they've had so far. It honestly
has been really strong.
Oh, so
it has been super strong. Like, the fact that they got 3 rounds was, as you said, I mean, this is what they got against Fury yesterday. And it's quite surprising that they found it in succession. I mean, round 1, 2, and 3, all in favor of Restraint, with nothing really looking like it was coming from Direwolves whatsoever. I mean, no real moments of highlight in those rounds other than maybe getting it down to a 2v2 majority of the time. But the positioning, the setup, I mean, everything else being bought by a Straight has just been that little bit better in most instances.
Definitely seeing them adapt and evolve as time goes by, and so by the end of the season, hopefully we see a completely new roster emerge, figuratively speaking, of course.
Yeah, I guess to some degree, but a lovely shot from Jackie Wu to take down Young Alpha once more. No more kills for him at the moment, as the main breach is opened up relatively quickly. Phenomenal, unfortunately, not able to impact trick that one, and the breach now opens up avenues into the site, which, yeah, not the best for a Strape, especially losing one of your big fraggers there.
2 more Kibas left in the pocket. Might make something happen here. There are options, but not if you get taken out like that. Phenomenal and Jackie, both on each side being removed, leaving a Strape on 2 members on that defense. Oh no.
Down Big G, a 1 versus 4 now for Ayabu. Less he can
Attackers activating diffuser.
VIP office stairs, but unfortunately not connecting enough on the Hayabushi. Could opt to go for the res. Will find a nice shot onto Souffle. Not a second or follow-up here, as now he's left in the 1 versus 3, but Direwolves from down below to close things out in spectacular fashion once more. Put another round on the board for themselves, an edge closer to equalizing here in the first half.
If a Strape can lead this off 4-2, that would be the best they've done so far in this entire league. 3-3 on that first half is still pretty good, considering they still have another 6 rounds, you know, left to go. Technically 4 chances to make mistakes, 3 chances to make mistakes. But it's not completely unfeasible that Direwolves, now that they've kind of woken up for the night, are just going to completely ravage the scoreboard and just go straight to 7 wins.
Yeah, I mean, if Direwolves sort of, this is what we said at the start, if Direwolves are allowed to dictate their own pacing here, that is where things are going to start to become a little bit rocky for Straight, because they did really well in the first 3 rounds, dictating pace. I mean, shutting down everything. They were at the door almost to greet the Direwolves as they came on in. And since those 3 rounds, they haven't been as proficient at doing as such. I mean, yes, they are still there finding kills. Yes, they are trading back and forth. Their trade game is actually really, really good, but Direwolves have now sort of flipped the script a little bit, taken that pacing back, and this is now where they're starting to find rounds. So, yeah, definitely, if they're allowed to continue doing so, very scary.
Yeah, both teams now just kind of poking at each other, trying to open up some of the regular barricades. A little bit of work getting done here with the exothermic and the Selma charges. Very nice.
Indeed.
So same setup and same breach as we saw in the last round.
It's gone somewhere.
But this time, no one directly inside office to try to react to that. Trying to learn from
they will have the Rooney in play this time, though.
Actually open up.
Some form of
like
extra wall
Young Alpha was prepared for that.
To the fray,
might be a little bit harder.
In saying that, Shadow once more to kick things off with a frag downstairs on this lurk. Hayabushi to fall. Very good way to start off the Direwolves once more, and they've been consistently finding this opening pick after round 3. I mean, following that sort of falter that they had, they are looking really, really solid now to continue on forward.
Ooh, wow. A lot of little fast reactions coming from the defense, but unfortunately not on the guns. Bolivian getting headshot like that. Only equalized when Young Alpha peeks out as aggressively as he does. Phenomenal follows suit, but as both teams start to drop members, only 2 on each side now with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. It's getting a little tense in here, Proto. I'm not sure which team might leave on top with a win here, just before the swap.
Yeah, no real information on the opponent's side.
Wow.
Of Drum, not reload whatsoever, and Phenomenal to pick up all the kills in the world for a straight. They find the 4-2 half, locking things down in spectacular fashion. More rounds on against Fury, so I guess that's something to say, but still, Direwolves now going onto the defense side, a defender-sided map. Can a straight hold on to this lead?
I kind of want them to win. I kind of really want a Strape to win. Despite me saying that I thought Direwolves was going to take this out, if a Strape can prove all of us wrong, that would actually be the best outcome possible. I would actually be ecstatic and elated. I mean, what about you? Do you think they can actually take this one?
Yeah, look, if they do, what a team to beat.
Yeah.
But either or, I don't know. I do, but I don't rate their chances at the same time. Direwolves, I don't think will let it happen like that in any sort of fashion. But regardless, it's a possibility.
But yeah, as we can see in that little replay highlight. Oh my gosh, the timing on that shotgun gave me a heart attack a little bit. But as we saw in that replay, just phenomenal with phenomenal reaction and target selection, going for the very fast obvious pick and then swinging quickly onto the last member on that attacking team just to clean that up. So now that they're on attack, it might be a completely different story. They have to play to the fiddle of Direwolves and sing their song this time around. But we'll see if they've really grown, because if they do, it will be over on that attack.
Yeah, it will, because Direwolves didn't have the greatest of halves. 4-2 definitely respectable, but a lot left to be desired, really, considering the Direwolves of old have been at sort of those top-tier Rainbow Six sort of tournaments. And, I mean, for a third-place qualifying team, Strape have definitely put on an amazing show. But regardless, Direwolves on the defense now have a pretty decent sort of hold on what's going on. They've got a good setup, and they're looking good to at least do some damage on the defense side.
Yeah, there is definitely some opportunity there. Couple of phone calls coming out. Pig G trying to find any stray members, but Bolivian getting obliterated with the SMG-11. And then yet again, Young Alpha being taken off. Not great losing your Yana and your Finka with 1 minute 20 left on the clock.
Here we go. This is what we talked about. Direwolves, very aggressive, but a very defensively minded team. I mean, calculated aggression at that. There you go. I mean, it's just highlighted once more. Harambe swings on out to that black balcony door and just cleans up Hayabushi. Diffuser control now theirs, whether or not it's a known fact, completely different, but gets a double. Another one.
That's
phenomenal. Should not have lost that on any day of the week, but Pig G now the last alive for a Strape. 1 versus 5. They're going to request the timeout. Probably a good choice. Another team kill from Souffle. I think Direwolves might just be sort of having a little bit of fun with this one, as weird as it sort of seems to say.
Yeah, a Strape definitely not having a great time. Lost their momentum, lost their tempo. But now with a timeout, I think, if I remember correctly, a Strape are one of the only teams that actually use their timeouts properly. Most other times we don't see these tactical timeouts come soon enough. And if anything, they might even come a little bit too late. So we've got, I believe, 40 seconds on the clock. Phenomenal now giving his team a little bit of a pep talk, getting their head straight, letting them clear it up a little bit, as you would imagine. But this also gives Direwolves an opportunity to reset as well. Winning that last round has put them closer to the score of Astrape. 4-3 is not very far off, and it's very winnable and allows them to actually recover, but it's still an uphill climb. It's not completely out of their reach. They are, of course, a very competent team, a team that we have seen and have praised many times before. But it really is sitting more with Astrape this time, isn't it? Because just Astrape have been struggling this entire season. This is the best showing they've ever had, and you can see from their faces they're just very focused. They're usually quite chipper, and they're usually taking these things quite lightly, but this time a very bipolar contrast in their expression, their tone, and the way they're handling themselves. So a little bit of growth there for them. Actually, I take that back. A lot of growth there for them, as we've seen them just mature over the course of the league.
To an exponential level as well. I mean, coming in as arguably the team that everyone sort of expected to just sort of be the point pad team. You know, you verse them, take the points, you go. Thank you very much. To put in work like this against Direwolves and Fury yesterday just does highlight how even just playing against teams at this level can force a team to become infinitely better in such a small space of time. And Astrape have really sort of gone from rags to riches in terms of how they've been playing. I mean, they currently hold the lead over the Direwolves as the bottom-rated team. And they have been putting in so much work, and it is quite clearly evident in how they've been playing because they're doing an insane job. But speaking of that, Shadow's going to put all of that to shame at the moment and find Phenomenal on the entry. Thatcher going first, not great.
Yeah, that's another big loss. Mozzie being taken out this early is not really comparable, considering that the pests would already be pre-placed. But he is a top fragger for their team, and that takes away a lot of threat on that defense. So being able to move around the building with a little bit more confidence, that they don't have to face up against someone as dangerous or scary. Young Alpha with a very quick, prompt adrenal surge to pick himself back up. Maybe even take a duel a little bit more confidently with that ADS boost.
Yeah, the wall now to be opened up as well, but a run out from Pecan.
Where's the backup?
Shotgun in hand. He's looking for so many kills. He can't quite find the rappel, but Pig G to team kill Bolivian, possibly on the flick to kill the player running out. The wall not going to be opened up. Direwolves, calculated aggression just working for them time and time again. The fact that the smoke was allowed to get out that far and then stay out for that long without being taken down, I mean, just highlights the issues. And it's the shotgun in hand again, Harambe to commit to the swing, but has to run away. His shield taken away from him, and now Astrape left in the 2 versus 3. Things not looking good even after that tech timeout.
Yeah, they need to actually rotate here. They can't take that angle. That shotgun is way too strong. We now see Pig G actually rotate downstairs, actually rappelling up to enter from Drum instead. That might be the better option here. We're not too sure just yet, but with 1 minute on the clock, they can't waste any more time. They still have an opportunity to actually get this plant off, or maybe even pick off the last 3 members to equalize this manpower here. But moving over into Geisha might just be the better option. We're just waiting to see what their plan of attack actually is. Zami putting up more Kiba barriers to continually impact the infrastructure of their defense, I should say. But yeah, it looks like they're trying to go through Dragon instead now.
T-Room has been taken relatively quickly with the Replicator. Big G has been able to charge that one up once more. They've taken into Shrine all the way down into Dragon now, as 15 seconds is all that really separates the last sort of part of this round. Need to come out. Souffle takes a little bit of damage, but it's going to have to be a force through the rotate here, right into the waiting arms of Souffle, who collects that kill, make it both for the Direwolves as they find the round to equalize. and push themselves back into the driving seat in these last couple of rounds. And Straight not looking the happiest after that tech timeout, because Direwolves have now caught up and have the momentum built behind them to possibly even continue on with no real issue. I mean, Hayabushi's always having fun, but the rest of his team's definitely showing.
Yeah, the stress is definitely sitting on their faces right now. Despite the smiles, you can definitely tell from the air on those webcams that they're very focused. Coming off a tactical timeout where they've tried to mentally reset, tried to find some more optimism in their gameplay or even in their situation. It can be very disheartening, especially when it goes completely sideways like that. Losing a round is one thing, but losing to just not having the right backup, having a big misplay, and then also a team kill, that's kind of tilting. I don't want to say that, but it is very tilting.
Yeah, look, they needed a tech timeout. Unfortunately, didn't do too much for them. They lost a lot of picks, but Direwolves have really turned the aggression up to 100, because, I mean, some of those runouts were just insane. I mean, they shouldn't have worked, but they did. And that is where the mistake was for Straight. Not expecting the unexpected, and that is what you should be expecting with Direwolves.
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up all across Geisha here, trying to hold these angles and using a very wide position in order to defend themselves. Shadow now already waiting, does notice a couple of shots do go through, trying to keep himself safe as he tries to push on. Noticing that, hey, you know what, the K1A is actually silenced this time, so, you know, I rate it. Not what we usually see, though.
Well, not a bad setup. I mean, the Russian reflex, an interesting choice, but one that I've seen sort of have a little bit more of play recently. But yeah, the Vigil definitely a big sort of choice here. Hey, Bushi, though, to kick things off, Jackie were unfortunately caught out side of Geisha on the rotate back.
Yeah, a little late to be sitting in Geisha, especially trying to defend it that way. But with so many members rappelled outside, it does leave them very open to any runouts. Harambe trying to pick a fight like that with a UMP, not exactly the best option, but now rotates back to try to hold Geisha from the staircase, which might make a little bit more sense, despite now having to sit there as frag grenades and rappelled opponents all the way through. Ooh, comes across a Gemini clone and has to actually rotate out of that because now his position is very exposed.
Yeah, unfortunate, but could have gone huge with the UMP in that situation. All the same, Dragon is going to be still open up here for Direwolves to hold as players from Astrape start to make their way into the connector for Drum. The castle now opened up too, which Harambe obviously hears will force him back towards the top of Shrine, more towards the Geisha side of things, and Direwolves still have a pretty good hold on what's going on right now, albeit damage starting to trickle down from Astrape. Souffle kicks things off with a great kill. Harambe will go down. Souffle for a second. Phenomenal to find one onto Harambe, but Souffle on this tear right now is absolutely picking apart Astrape wherever he can find.
42 seconds left on the clock. 2 Toxic Babes down. Pakan still has 1 left in his pocket. And Shadow still hovering around the bar, ready to come in for a flank whenever possible. The last Toxic Babe goes down, and Geisha delays them for as long as possible, and they can't even rotate across the balcony there. Actually caught off. Oh, Souffle.
Souffle gets away. I don't know how, but he has somehow. The vertical being opened up. That's actually the bomb side. It's Pecan through the floor to find the kill on the Phenomenal. Souffle is downed, however, but inside of the pantry, Pecan goes huge.
No!
With a shotgun for 3. Direwolves in spectacular fashion find the lead with the shotgun putting in the work for the Direwolves.
I had grenade anxiety like every 2 seconds there because I just saw a red grenade icon fly past every single one of them as they dropped from that hatch. But they didn't die to any grenades. They all fell to a single shotgun. And the fact that they ran out of time that fast and just decided to follow suit like lemmings or running at the enemy like that, unfortunate. Very Very unfortunate timing, really.
Yeah, it's not
great.
Unfortunately, not great. They tried. They worked with what they had left, and ultimately it was a send it call. But the fact that Pig G could not connect that is just the most unfortunate thing for us straight, because had he found that kill, probably would have been their round. I mean, Souffle was down. I believe Jackie was the only person left for Direwolves standing. So going forward with that drop, just not the smartest choice, I guess, at the end of the day, unfortunately.
Not sure how Souffle even made it out of there alive for as long as he did. But great to see Pecan back on that smoke, as he has played it to great effect. 2 minutes 48 seconds. Still very early into the round. Harambe, one mute jammer still left in his pocket. Probably going to use it to keep himself safe, as he's still thinking about where he could... Oh my... That's when you get greedy. That's what happens. Bolivian.
I mean, they had him on drone too, so...
True.
No real surprise that he died, being completely honest. He did a lot of damage, though. I mean, the fact that Bolivian is almost dead, and with Picard now finding one onto the repelling player outside of Geisha. Souffle may be gone, but it doesn't really matter, apparently. Direwolves can still do big work in the position they find themselves in.
Not if their own holograms are blocking their vision. Pecan's still upstairs in Geisha, holding it down like a champ. Shadow right below him to try to provide a little bit more support. Magnets are out. And Direwolves are playing on a man disadvantage. Pecan, not very healthy though. We have to note that he is very low on health. And Shadow still rotating downstairs while Jackie's sitting up in Shrine alone.
If Jackie Wu can find a kill here, that'd be massive. I mean, just something to equalize. We do see a Nitro in the hands of Shadow, so from below could definitely put massive work in, provided it connects with information relayed from his team. Jackie Wu, though, is going to have to be the big playmaker for Direwolves right now, because if he doesn't find a kill in this position, I mean, things are not going to be looking the greatest.
EMPs are out. The lights are off. And the Strape are still finding their positions. They're trying to reconvene, re-coordinate a nice little push here. 3 out of 4 members are together. I believe 1 is downstairs.
Most likely. Still on a roam, but with 40 seconds remain. Straight, they have the advantage for the first time in a while here. And now look, obviously, for the execute in the dying seconds of this round. It is going to be a Golden Archers execute, or at least that's what it's looking like they want to shape up for. But from Geisha, some great angles being held by the Direwolves here on the cross. Still a Toxic Babe left in disposal for them. Spotted out in the corner, though. Jackie Wu somehow still alive, taking so much damage. The cross has been made. Shadow spotted out, but it's Jackie Wu who opened it up. Finds the first, entering in through Golden Gates. Pig G for 2. All up to Pecan. The diffuser dropped, though, in his position. Can deny single-handedly.
No!
But no, Pig G through the wall is straight. Equalised. No. Direwolf so close. He didn't even see him, of course. What a shot.
Only following bullet trace they managed to find Pecan, but he had them all lined up. Just unfortunate not doing enough damage to pick them all. Really gambling with the odds here. A Strape and Direwolves both up against the wall. Literally. They are making it through the skin of their teeth. Sliver on sliver. Every single round is either a massive gap in between or just barely making it through for either side. So it's shaping up to be a pretty good game so far. 5 on each side for Strape and Direwolves. Round 11 on day 10. It's kind of amazing.
I don't know what Direwolves are doing. I mean, completely honest, this shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be.
This has gone from a Straper doing great to what are you doing, Direwolves?
What's happened? Like, this is the bottom-rated 9-loss team. And out of the woodwork, they are insane. Direwolves cannot seem to do anything about it. I mean, 5-5 against a team that struggles to get 3 rounds in most matchups. I mean, yeah, Astrape have obviously done some serious homework before tonight, because whatever they've done, Direwolves have obviously done a whole lot less.
If they did do a whole lot less, that's not giving your opponent the respect they deserve. Surely, yeah. If I was up against Astrape as well, you know, it's like, we've seen them play many times. We played against them. We know what it's like. Do we have to do research? A lot of teams can take these kind of things for granted. At the same time, we have to consider that, you know, Direwolves have also been having rocky play days. And Astrape did play the first 3 rounds of this map on defense very well. And it wasn't that Direwolves were playing bad on those first three rounds. They were just playing the map and using utility very well on that defense. So it's been a rocky time on attack, but as we've mentioned before, it's not easy on attack. Shadow picking up Young Alpha early is pretty big, but getting refragged like that, that's a great opportunity for Astrape to level the playing field real quick.
I mean, he took down Young Alpha, so the big frag getter, I guess. 4 Direwolves taken off, but the same for Astrape. So compounding losses, possibly, as we go forward into the final minute and a half here, Lan. But, I mean, Astrape done well to equalise. They could take match point here if they can find this round, but the Direwolves still have 4 big players in the way of that reality. So, can they do it? The big question that now we find ourselves posed with.
Yeah, but without Young Alpha, not only are you down a top fragger, you're also without 2 frag grenades. So don't even mind the fact that they're also out of his gadget and those drones. So a lot of intel being lost on that attacking side and a lot of firepower as well. They do still, however, have 4 frag grenades and 3 flashbangs. Pig G finding a nice little kill onto Jackie Wu. Finds his head and 1 more roamer. That makes it a little bit softer on that defense. And now that Direwolves only have 3 members, they need to stop popping those toxic babes. This is this prime moment for Pecan to start denying area.
Indeed it is. I mean, Pecan, he's got the smokes. He has a lot available, actually, especially with only 20 seconds left. Even Souffle on this flank downstairs takes a lot of damage. Deals a lot of damage with that Nitro coming back up the brown stairs, looking for somewhat of a flank. The Golden Gate yet to be opened up, but only now will be opened up. It's going to be Harambe close by to greet one with the shotgun, looking for more. The time, though, with a 180, Bolivian goes down, but the bomb not even in the site. Direwolves secure match point with a little bit of style there from the mutant side of the site, but regardless, Astrape just took that little bit too long getting to where they needed to be.
They had a good start. They found those good opening picks, but they were just not... they just lacked the experience to make a strong, fast, decisive call. And that's coming through. Now that Direwolves are on match point, it's really down to Astrape to take this into overtime, or we are calling it here 7-5. But this is still the best showing they've had. So kudos to them. They are definitely growing. They are definitely showing that they are adapting to the league. But Direwolves cannot lose this.
You'd hope so. I mean, provided they have they've had a little bit of rough time throughout the league at the moment. And I mean, this just cements the fact that Astrape have had a really good run. And you do have to give them that. The Direwolves should not be making these mistakes.
Nope.
The only mistakes being made tonight are by the Direwolves.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Astrape have 5 rounds, it shouldn't happen. It should not happen. And that is nothing in regards to how Astrape are playing, because they have played this perfectly to every single regard. The Direwolves are the only team that have made the mistake. 110%, because it just shouldn't be happening based on positioning, experience. I mean, everything culminating together. That's just it. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one.
They're just better than this. We've never seen them play against a team of such a low seed and actually struggle like this. But just want to make sure everyone knows that if Astrape win, I mean, that doesn't really matter to Astrape. They're still at the bottom. There's no way they're moving up on that ladder this late into the series. PixG fighting a kill onto Pecan, of course, and that goes your smoke. So that's a massive win for the attack right now. But if Direwolves lose this, their position, depending on whether Elevate or Champion win, is going to be tied up for 3rd place. So they have to win this. If they win this, depending on how Elevate and Champion go, it could, you know, they could be 3rd or 4th. But if not, these guys they're tied for 3rd, depending if Champion win or not. That's massive.
Souffle, so close to finding the headshot on the young Alpha, but unfortunately, shot's not connecting. It happens to the best of us, but regardless, Shadow and Souffle still alive. 2 big frag getters for Direwolves right now. Need to go huge if they want to take this in regulation, because Astrape are barreling down, looking good to make something happen. Souffle on a very aggressive angle here. Unfortunately, not going to find that kill as the breach opens up.
Yeah, Shadow taking a little bit of heat downstairs in the bathrooms. Will be taken down in the bedroom. Young Alpha finding that kill onto Shadow. Does leave only 3 members left on that defense. All members of Astrape still alive and quite, apart from Hayabushi, quite healthy. Jackie, now with the Cuba barriers, also still plugging up some of these angles, making it a little bit easier to navigate some of these sites. And Harambe, that shotgun and the SMG trying to hold it down. But Souffle, oh, does not land the kill. Does a lot of damage to Phenomenal, but it's just not enough to take down that attacking member. Thatcher still alive with 1 EMP, should be able to bring in a little bit more utility for his team before it goes down. But we are now on the last 29 seconds of the round. They can't make the same mistakes they made last round and waste time, because with the last 3 members of this team, they can still buy it out.
Oh, Direwolves going to do just that. They find 3 kills, 4 kills in very quick succession.
Oh, man.
And Direwolves get the job done. Even though we're on the edge of our seat, Souffle goes huge to close it out in spectacular fashion. I know we keep saying it, but that was a matchup that went that little bit too far, and the Direwolves said, that's enough, boys. The train stops here. They closed it out in regulation 7-5.
Massive oversight by Astrape not holding the angle on that breach, despite them being the ones opening it up. They kind of just created an angle and a line of sight for a defending member, and just, you know, like, you can have it. I'm not even going to pay attention to it. And they just kind of had their focus, and they tunnel visioned on the wrong things, unfortunately. Souffle was there on that angle the longest time. For the longest time, until they realized that, oh, he's there, he tagged Phenomenal, and then no one still held that angle. So unfortunately, just taking for granted some of these things, and just too tunnel visioned on the actual site itself, really does show that Astrape still are quite green, and they are still learning. But so far, as we mentioned many times before, the best showing they've had.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Direwolves may have been not taking that one as serious as maybe you would expect. I mean, we saw Suppressor on a couple of guns, you know, obviously a bit of a meme in the Rainbow Six community. Regardless, they got it done in regulation, 7-5, whether or not it was intentional. Either way, Astrape made the best of the situation and got a decent amount of damage done before ultimately losing that matchup. We will get the breakdown momentarily, but I mean, even there you go on your screen right now, everything came down to kills. No plants, no defusers. So, I mean, it was just a really big frag fest.
I think if Astrape can actually start practicing being timely, practicing being efficient with your utility, and executing their tactics and their strategies a little bit earlier and promptly, they could be a pretty decent team in the league in the seasons to come. But for now, they are just focusing on those frags. They're very tunnel visioned on getting in sight and not doing their homework, not dotting their I's and checking off their T's. So this time around, Direwolves struggled, but finally found a win here on day 10. And that's your third match of the day. Technically your second.
Technically.
Technically.
But speaking of dubs, if you want to find yourself in the running to win 600 Rainbow Six credits if you're on PC, make sure you follow Rainbow Six SEA and enter the hashtag #FightForGlory in the chat for your chance to walk away with those credits. I mean, Lan, what a matchup for our second/third game for the evening. But going forward, I mean, are you expecting anything? Are you expecting a win from Astrape in the near future? Because they have some good games coming up for them in the future. So, prospect, possibly, given that they just went 7-5 with Direwolves?
You know what? I think I wouldn't put it past them. As long as they start doing their research and they address the fact that they're not actually playing objective as much as they should be, then I definitely think they have the makings of a decent team. But whether or not they're going to put that in practice is a different story. Getting your head around actually playing not for frags can be one of the biggest hurdles and one of the biggest gaps between great teams and good teams in Siege. So we'll see how they adapt to that in the coming days. Of course, they are playing again soon. But definitely, I think we might see them win one game. We might see them win one game in the second half.
Well, unfortunately for tonight, they are going to lock in their double-digit loss streak for this season so far. But we are going to head to a very short break. And when we are back, our final game of the night, Champion versus Elevate. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be an absolutely insane one.
Try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause a good die young. Yeah, a good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city, cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no, I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture, and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing.
Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, no, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting ready. Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, oh, one tap to boot.
Oh,
Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit. So getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket, knows P4, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's throwing it. What? Again! A quadra-kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back, like call us 1v4. Mix it a 1v3 is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like call us, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.
I'm starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get up, move on until I make it. But I can't go back. And having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the short break. We've had some really good games so far, Lan. Unfortunately, only 3 for the evening as we move our way into the final matchup for tonight. Champion versus Elevate. I mean, what are your initial thoughts?
Champion versus Elevate, honestly, I think it could be a pretty interesting match. It's got high stakes on the board, though. They are not too far from each other, and so if Champion actually win this game, they'll actually be tied up with Elevate at 17 points. But if Elevate win this game, they actually get tied up with Direwolves for 3rd place. So high stakes for both of them. Neither of them can afford to really lose this, because if Champion win this, they're actually in that upper bracket technically. Massive round differential between Elevate and Champion, but technically tied for that 4th place. So definitely an important one for them. We can put our faith in them to say that they're going to put their best foot forward, but I still have Elevate to win this match, so we'll see if Champion actually have what it takes.
Yeah, Champion are definitely going to have to put some big work in tonight. Very similar to what we said about a Strape, I think, coming into this, albeit Champion probably a little bit more proficient in converting rounds in their favour, given their position on the leaderboard, a considerable amount higher than their counterparts aforementioned. But regardless, Elevate, again, one of the best teams in SEA. No surprise, the favourites for everybody. I mean, we look at the caster predictions, everyone has Elevate picked to win this matchup. So if Champion come out of the woodwork and take it in a pretty interesting fashion, whether it's overtime, whether it's regulation, there's going to be a lot of upset. The casters may right even, I don't know. That's something I can't foresee, but we will definitely be rather surprised. Going forward, though, it's going to be an interesting matchup, albeit I hope the map vetoes are also reflecting of that.
Yeah, so I mean, the last time Champion took on Elevate, they lost 7-0 to Elevate. So, yeah. Pretty rough. But if Strape can go 5-7 against Direwolves, Champion should at least be able to take a couple of rounds this time around.
I'd imagine that there's going to be something coming out of the work, but I mean, the rosters for the season the same as Farlord, Parrot, Watermelon, insane players.
Sorry, my microphone was apparently muted this entire time. So, I had a really good monologue. I'm just saying I nailed it, and while my mic was muted. So good. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Punch has been turning up massive in some of these games, to be honest, but Sapper has been on fire from the beginning. I believe it was last week, Sapper was all over the kill feed with C4 kills on Border, on every map possible, including Villa as well, and so he is definitely going to be someone to keep an eye out for. They're going to have to want to eliminate him early in order to have an easier time as they push through. Considering that Elevate are actually starting on attack, that might not be the biggest problem starting off with, but once he swaps over to defense, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Regardless though, he is an absolute weapon, and Elevate definitely have him in the right places and on the right operators. So just going back on my point with Champion before, despite being muted, I think that they definitely had some pretty good moments, and they've had some really good showings. Farlord and Celodic have both been showing up pretty strong. Of course, we've seen Farlord actually he's got his own little highlight in one of the recaps because he's been really bringing in some of the stronger clutches. The rest of them, of course, as you mentioned, bringing in a lot of that support. But this time around for our picks and bans, we see that they didn't want to go to any of the other maps just because Villa was the better choice for them. Yeah, Villa has found a better home in the competitive scene. I remember when it was first released, no one liked it. Nobody wanted it in competitive. But in saying that, as you mentioned, people got a little bit more accustomed to it. People got a little bit more comfortable with it. But as usual, we can see the young roster of Champion all kind of just sitting in a moment, vibing and appreciating the moment with themselves.
Yeah, look. If they can damage and if they can in it, that would be insane, provided the situation at hand. But yeah, Elevate locking in, serious as always. They're in the Elevate house, or at least most of them are. So coming into this matchup, locked and ready to go. Things are looking very, very good.
Yeah, very contrasting expressions here for Elevate. But in saying that, we are of course dealing with some of the more experienced members, or most experienced players in the league, of course. But hey, Mr. Punch changed his hair. Nice shades, my guy. Nice shades. I like it. Send me your hairstylist.
You'll have to see it. But yeah, we start off as always with the bands once more for the final time this evening. Land Twitch to go from Champion, an interesting choice, but one that makes somewhat a large amount of sense on Villa, albeit continuing on. Very, very sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for the technical issues on our end. Not too sure why the microphones have been cutting out, but hopefully the issue is fixed and it will continue to remain fixed for the remainder of the broadcast. Nomad to go from Elevate. Great choice again, cutting off that flank watch. Sort of maybe forcing Gridlock here into the hands of the attacking side.
Oh, Gridlock's an operator we haven't seen too often or at all in this league. Hasn't really made her appearance here, has she? A rare sighting indeed. But Azami being actually taken off the board, that's pretty big, considering that Azami has been very present in a lot of these games. She has been banned a couple of times, yes, but she's been quite the staple. I suppose this time around they're not willing to deal with any flexibility on that defense, and they want this attack to be as smooth as possible. Pulse as well being taken off the board. Probably a direct target at Sapper, who is just definitely showing a lot of prowess and skill with the operator. But he still has Valkyrie. He still has a lot of wiggle room, and there are other operators on that roster he can pick from that have C4.
Well, not even just the C4. I mean, information provided. You know, you can play for Nitros any day of the week. Yes, I think it's more the information that really enables them to do well on operators like Pulse. I mean, you've got so much relay for just yourself, not only to sort of send back and forth between your team, but having that sort of pocket cardiac sensor just enables you to do so much and provide so much, not only with the Nitro, yes, even the gun, solid gun, big damage dealer. And if you want to get sort of spicy with it, obviously the shotgun is also an available choice. But yeah, Azami, a great ban there from Elevate, given that she is dominant on Villa right now. And I would argue she is the Villa meta at the moment, given all of the things that you can do, even just on AVG alone with Azami. So no surprise to see her banned, especially with Elevate starting on the attack. But they're bringing a very hectic lineup here. They got the Lion, but they also have that aforementioned Gridlock.
Yeah, you called it on the Gridlock. Very nice. Great to see that she's actually coming through, and this time as well with the AR. So very interesting picks all around, but Flores being brought onto the board here. As usual, casual spot as he starts to dismantle some of these shields and takes down some of these defenses. What else did we expect, really? But all utility on that defense completely used, despite except those 2 C4s and the 3 Toxic Babes. A little bit of a duel on these stairs here. Labyrinth losing that one actually to DCH and the LMG. What did you expect? hold down left click and win. Sapper with a shotgun on the Lion.
I was gonna say, hold up, that's the shotgun on the line of all things. Mr. Punch though, there to help confirm as DCH finds his second in the round, and Elevate with an interesting entry have managed to sort of brunt force their way into the top of main stairs and have really good control here to begin opening up that main wall, looking for this breach as the smoke's already early on starting to be drawn out from Wattmelon. Elevate are in a really solid position right now.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about when we say utility and strategy efficiency. I mean, like, they're just being so timely with all of this, and Wattmelon going down this early as well is not very good. That leaves Salodic and Power to try to, one, pick him up, two, try to take down a couple more members of Elevate to not only allow them to grab him and, you know, try to revive their teammate, but also to relieve some of the pressure as Elevate start to home in on that, on some of these bomb sites.
There you go. Sapper and DCH, one for the confirmation, one for the frag. He's looking for the fourth, but unfortunately shut down by Parrot. Bomb now being planted. Mr. Punch on that diffuser. Sapper with a shotgun, though. Towards Skull. It is the GIGN shotgun to close it out. You didn't even need ADS. I mean, it's like the M590, but on attack. And yeah, Elevate in a very great sort of swift move, execute whatever you want to say, take round number one quite convincingly.
That shotgun is actually very accurate. It is a shotgun that doesn't actually get used very often. It's signature to the French, and
it's accurate.
Oh, absolutely. But especially with a hip fire like that, I don't want to say it's luck, but I definitely will say that it is underplayed. It's actually very efficient. The only issue is that it has a very slow fire rate, and you have to really pick your shots. If he missed that, he would have been dead. Sapper would have just caked it. But fortunately for him, he landed a very good kill, very good shot, secured that for the team, and now we're on round two with an Elevate that's performing as we expect them to. Very timely, very good, very efficient, very aggressive.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe not as we were expecting. They lost a lot of players two players that probably shouldn't have died to Salodic, knowing that he was in the skull door. I mean, we did see DCH on the flank. Had he been a little bit quicker, maybe we wouldn't have seen those kills to come out, but regardless, they won it. It doesn't matter too much now. It's a thing of the past. Champion, not on the re-repeat, will opt to change sites right off the get-go.
Bringing in the IQ over the Gridlock this time. An operator that doesn't get played quite a lot here in Operation League, but definitely still has her utilities and her uses. And just being able to provide a lot of intel close range like that. Wow, okay, Labyrinth picking up a nice kill on the DCH rule. Early like that, stops him in his tracks and punishes them for trying to get that cocky and that confident with rushing in so soon. But the diffuser is down, it gets picked up, and now that I'm not sure if they saw that the diffuser dropped, but we do see Firelord get dropped here, unfortunately.
A lot of damage dealt through the wall to both players. Labyrinth, unfortunately, not walking away with his life after that initial engagement as Mr. Punch swings on round 90 to look to confirm onto Firelord, but he's already been picked up. That disappeared down towards the bottom of a red with no one there to collect, but it's Mark who actually finds the kill onto Parrot. Now holds a lot of control over towards the Astro side, but with the pings there, Wattmelon inside of the master bedroom to find one, Salodic to find another. It's all up to the remaining two players from Elevate. And the shotgun does find one, and they actually have site control here, but Champion with the master bedroom is going to make things difficult.
Yeah, he's out of EE1D, so he won't be able to lock those defenders in place as the diffuser is now in a post plant. 40 seconds on the clock. Champion have to move, and now that they have to go, They have to get in there. Firelord dropping and now having to rotate up the stairs. A bit of a fumble from them, wasting a lot of time. Valkyrie has to make their way all the way back. Grenades go off, C4 goes off. Neither of them connect, but Mr. Punch and Sapper find those closing kills.
Elevate once more. Going down into that sort of 2 versus 2, 1 versus 2 situation. They clutch it out regardless. But yeah, Champion a little bit scared, I think, on that retake. I mean, they waited a bit too long, let that diffuser go down, and ultimately then had to play into the waiting arms of Elevate, the CBRN, Lion and Finker to close things out. 2 rounds up for Elevate. Champion, I mean, they are really yet to find anything whatsoever. Solotic, though, putting in big work for his team currently, but it's just not enough to get around on the board just yet. Regardless, Elevate looking really, really good. I mean, Sapper with 4 and 0. Absolutely insane for him. Mr. Punch as well, yet to die. So Champion really need to put a stop to this. And if they don't, considering all things, I mean, they've looked really, really good in these rounds. Getting it down to 2v2s, 2v1s, etc., etc. Land, they have been putting the work in, but it is not quite enough just yet. Elevate still hold that distinctive advantage, but they are making really good changes. I mean, the mute this time to stop the Flores, albeit not implemented by Elevate. You like to see them making the changes on the fly, at least.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And, well, they're bringing back the pretty much the same roster coming through this time. Love to see it. Mr. Punch, of course, has been playing out of his mind. And Sapper, not to mention Sapper. 4-0 right now with the shotgun, by the way. So I want to see the shotgun more often. Like, it's kind of meta breaking if you think about it, right?
I mean, yes and no. Shotguns, I don't know. Shotguns since the shotgun buff, the general shotgun buff that we saw almost a year ago now, if we think all the way back, Plan, made pretty much every shotgun insane. Bar, obviously, the odd few that you don't see, the Supernova, Super 90, I would even say, maybe not the greatest, but yeah, the M590, the shotgun that the GIGN have, really good. But Solotic, speaking of, really good, finds the opening kill onto Onigiri, make it 2. DCH goes down as well, and Mr. Punch also powering, finds a kill. Champion come alive and find 3.
Elevate just missing some of these angles, and Champion doing a great job on capitalizing on some of these better positions they got on the defense. Mark unable to take that angle by the bedroom and by the table side, has to actually get the Selma charges on the wall remotely in order to actually start opening some line of sight and maybe dividing some of this some of that defense up. But the diffuser is on the ground. They need to be able to come in, collect it, but that's never gonna happen if they keep getting killed on their way into sight. It's all down to Mark as he's taking this all on. But wow, a C4 from Firelord secures a kill through the bathroom and really takes that one down.
He was probably close to shooting that, actually, looking at that replay. But regardless, Champion learn from previous mistakes and lock that round in for themselves, finally putting 2 and 2 together to walk away with it. But yeah, Elevate at the moment, I mean, regardless of that minor slip up, have looked really, really good in this matchup. So 1 round forfeit here, albeit you did say the Champion were going to be looking for possibly a 3, maybe 4 rounds here if Elevate aren't on their A game. But those first 2 rounds were quite telling that this does have the opportunity to be that sort of 50-50 game, because we saw it pan out to be just that in those opening rounds. And I mean, continuing forward from that, it definitely opens up multiple possibilities of that continuing.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Especially if Champions start to perform as they are right now or in that last round. Can see them really come to life over the next few rounds. Hopefully, a couple of these soft walls being opened up here, perhaps for a little bit of impact tricking, but I don't see any. Yeah, maybe Solotic might be manning that wall, unsure on his positioning right now, but could be something.
Yeah, could definitely be the case. I mean, impacts available, you would assume that they would be used as such. But, I mean, Elevate at the moment have definitely taken that last round as a bit of an indicator that they need to slow things down. And bringing the Osa, implementing the Thatcher sort of highlights that is what they are looking to do. Slow it down. Play for the drones. I mean, we see under the desk right there on the left, the information being relayed. They know where Lebrunth is. They know he's there. He will spot the drone and will finally move. So that could have been a good opening kill, but fortunately for the Mozzie, we'll spot that one out, managed to rotate away before being fragged.
Sapper dangling and challenging a lot of these very linear angles here. DCH now using the shield to actually rotate and push his way in safely. Ooh, Lebrunth unfortunately losing a duel like that is quite painful, especially hanging upside down.
Yeah, not a great deal you can do in that situation, unfortunately, but it is going to be Mark who actually loses his life. Wokmelon, a great shot with the T5. Missed a punch to consolidate losses, though. Takes down Farlord. 2 lost in the fray as Elevate start to make their way towards the bomb side here for this execute. They have 3 left. Champion, this is in the clutch right now. So a lot of getting aggressive into the master bedroom could be good for the kill here, provided the member of Elevate not looking indeed on a Geary caught lacking. Solodic finds that kill to equalize things back 3 versus 3.
Shield gets deployed, and now they've got a nice little foothold outside the statuary and trophy. 1 member inside the Oryx, waiting patiently for the enemy. Solodic now by the bedroom, holding for anyone pushing through the wardrobe, but finds Mr. Punch. DCH gets caught on the back here, and wow, okay. Solodic with a triple onto all members as they try to push through. Impeccable performance. Look at that. Spray transfer performing very strong.
4 kills overall for him in the round, actually. Solodic. Really well done. I mean, single-handedly dismantling Elevate at the seams from inside of that master bedroom and Brick's doorway. So, I mean, Elevate, you got to be paying a bit more attention, because if you're allowing Champion to do that, it's not the best of things in terms of round conversion. That one looked good for them at the start. I mean, 2 opening kills, solid footwork. They had good control, and then it all just sort of diminished as the kills started trickling in for Solodic, which obviously, if you're an Elevate fan, not the best thing in the world, but regardless. Now Champion have won that site upstairs. They're going to finally go down to the kitchen. They have the Valkyrie in play. That's why we're seeing... Okay, no, I lied. The people that could be bringing in Nitros, barbed wire instead for Lebrunth. So I was going to say the Nitros in the hand of 2, but make it just the 1. So Champion not too interested on playing for that verticality, really, in terms of early aggression.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're not actually really confident in landing vertical kills with the C4, or any kills with the C4 at all, you're better off bringing some utility to waste time for the enemy. But if that's how Lebrunth wants to play, then, we gotta respect that. So, I mean, sure, it doesn't bring as much impact, on a meta-focused basis. Barbed wire really doesn't compare. But at the same time, it still does provide his team a little bit of information, and it does delay the attack just a little bit.
Well, I guess it's the same. It's a two-way street, right? I mean, barbed wire has its uses, but so do nitros, etc. Depending on play style. But information relayed, Farlord has been called out and will be forced back towards the main hallway, but no one on the red window to spot him out, as that first ace charge will open up the wall into library. So I guess it doesn't really matter if Lebrunth is going to be hitting shots like that. Mark needs to be being a little bit more careful.
Yeah, absolutely obliterated. Farlord now finding Onigiri with a clean headshot. Leaves Paro on half health. Mr. Punch trying to contest some of these angles with the LMG as well. With 3 members left on the board, Elevate are trying to push through this map and trying to find some strong positions in order to actually maybe fish out some of the roaming members. But coming across both barricades like this, DCH is... I think he's forced to rotate. Wow, okay.
Sapper. Sharp, I think, is the word that we should be using to describe him from now on the Ash. It's definitely something we've seen from him before. DCH, if you can find one to equalize, just walking into Memorial, not checking. We'll get it down through the wall, but
yeah,
it costs him all too much as everything starts to fall apart here for Elevate. Great pre-fire from Mr. Punch, no kill. The confirmation from Sapper, who has made his way around up onto the vertical. A nade from Mr. Punch could be big here over the wall. Indeed it is. Connects. And very quickly, a 2 versus 2. Make it 1. Wattmelon to take down Mr. Punch, and Sapper on the Ash. He's already found 2 big kills. Can he find 2 more?
Sapper can pull off miracles. I believe that he still has 2 drones in his pocket. Has a little bit of time, but the diffuser is nowhere near him. He has to go for the frags. He doesn't have a lot of time left. Might find one here, right in the statuary. But his pressure is on.
1 versus 2. He's got to walk into Mem to face check 1. Has the pings. The swing on round. The headshot connects. Sapper. The reloading face connects for 3. Elevate around that was not theirs. Oh my God, Sapper. The cojones on that man. He doesn't even need a drone. He doesn't need to quick peek. He walks into line of sight while reloading. And there's 0 reaction whatsoever from Elevate. It's a normal day in the office from them. Champion destroyed by that. I mean, look at Lebrunth. Not happy. Well,
No.
maybe happy now, but he definitely had his moment.
No, they were definitely kind of sitting there sulking just a little bit. But if anything, I just want to say that Champion did not have to take that angle. He only had 10 seconds left in the clock, and they had a crossfire on any angle he could have taken to push. They had a superior position, and they gave it up because they got greedy and they reacted to the sound cue of the proximity alarm.
Yeah.
They honestly, they could have just sat there because the name of the game for defense is exactly that. Defense and buying time. They had that on their side. They had all the advantages in the world, but they got thirsty for a kill on the top fragger on Elevate, and that was their downfall.
Yeah, look, relying on the beeper as a, oh, he's walked in, and then not coordinating a double swing. I mean, we saw 1 at a time from both.
Yep.
And ultimately, not what you want to be doing in that situation.
So with that, Elevate pull up 3-2 on round 6 here in Operation League, day 10. And, Champions still have some pretty interesting rounds so far. Like, that last round was still pretty good for Champion. Just made a very green mistake. And dying like this, Zerlotic off the board already. Going down to Onigiri on the Nook. Very unfortunate.
Now, Onigiri, when given sort of a ability to frag like this, can be very scary to come up against. I mean, no sound on the walk through. A silenced gun like the FMG9, no recoil. I mean, he's already found 1, and it's the top fragger for Champion actually off the board as well. So,
yeah, the folding machine gun does come in clutch quite often these days. It's becoming a little bit more meta, especially with some of these smoke players here on our league. But now that he's rotating through 90, takes out the camera. Of course, he was masked the entire time. But still, just a couple of putt shots out there as he, does not land the headshot, but Labyrinth with his own takes out Onigiri and secures 90 and keeps himself alive at the same time. Wow.
what a damage dealt though. I mean, Labyrinth not looking the healthiest, unfortunately, here for Champion. As we say that though, Mark has regained that 90 control that was previously lost. So Elevate consolidating for losses, but still a 4 versus 4 is going to be difficult.
Yeah, it definitely is. Unfortunately, the FMG is just, it's a bit of a pea shooter. which is why Onigiri really needed to land that headshot. Unfortunately, just tanking a couple of torso shots there. A little bit of damage onto Wattmelon as he rotates through. Oryx playing soft anchor this time, hard anchor technically. Quite interesting. Little bit of a misuse of his mobility, but now that DCH is being pushed, throws out a concussion, and it does look like Elevate are setting up for a very swift attack.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt as well. In fact, even finding a kill, but Labyrinth to take down another with the SMG. Mr. Punch to fall. That is your pinching ability now removed as a player award study is taken down. Labyrinth for actually a third mark now falls as the advantage falls back in the hands of Champion Farlord to take down DCH as well. Sapper, the last alive, finds the first. Can he find the second? Does have the pings and the information with only 3 seconds and not a whole lot of time. He swings on out to be cleaned up by Farlord. Champion at least make up for it, but that's the end of the half. And Elevate now go on to the defense side of things. Champion on the attack. I mean, this is going to be an uphill battle.
This is... If Champion don't have a good attack round here, it is going to crumble from this point onwards. Elevate are very terrifying. They are very scary on defense here on Villa. Sapper already locking in.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Already locking in that. Oh, okay. I thought he went for the mute. Sorry, I definitely saw wrong. So no C4 for Sapper this time around, which is a bit different for me. But regardless, as one of the more dependable and consistent players on that roster, he will be playing the hard anchor Smoke. Might even play soft anchor if he just rotates just a little bit out there, starts taking some of the halls, but most likely will be sitting down in bar.
Probably. You'd hope so, but these Razor Boom placements, yeah, really interesting from Elevate. We see Thorn use a little bit more predominantly as a operator to push people away from positions as opposed to finding kills, because her ability is not very good at that. Provided it does happen sometimes. As a main point of focus, the Razor Blooms don't have a quick fuse time, which means that there's plenty of time to get away from them. That's the whole point. You put them in points of contention, like behind maps, when people try and go deep into that sort of game site, and it will take them down, or at least force them away into a position where they can be shot. So it opens up a lot of opportunities. But yeah, Champion now on the attack. Going to have to do some big work, because Elevate on the defense, especially on a map like Villa, are definitely a solid roster, but they're already just giving up this Northside roam. So Champion going to be making some really good time here.
Yeah, exactly. 2 minutes left on the clock. Still many opportunities for them, but Champions still have a lot of utility left in your pockets there. 3 Reterra drones. We haven't seen any of them used just yet. It looks like they're still perhaps even facing the similar struggles that we saw a Strape face. Being both a more green and inexperienced team, they might be struggling with being a little bit more decisive on how they want to attack. Farlord finding Mr. Punch is a great opener though. Wasting time in the 90s. Wasting time in the 90s. Oh my gosh.
Sapper. Oh, Wattmelon even had the ping and he lost that fight. That is not what you want to be happening at all if you are Champion. But Elevate, 2 good kills to consolidate the losses of Mr. Punch. And I mean, they have some good Z pings too on the downstairs. But Labyrinth spotted out before he even gets the chance to shoot.
So Lodok here on the stairs has to reconvene with the rest of his team. Labyrinth has that diffuser, but nowhere near the rest of his comrades. Need to get on the site very soon. 40 seconds left on the clock. Not anywhere near the rest of his team. Looks like they are rotating down the halls, getting closer to 90. Power takes down the Saria gates. Toxic Babes are out in Lu. And it does look like one after the other consecutively. They are delayed, being forced to be pushed. Oh, look at that. Toxic Babes on the other side as well. Denied entry on both ends.
4 versus 2, make it 3 versus 2 as each side finds a frag. Champ to find 1, but 3 remain for Elevate. 3 strong remain for Elevate, but it's big kills from Labyrinth to send them into a great position. DCH now the last alive. A good pre-fire though to lock it out. Elevate a little bit close for comfort, but DCH locking it down in the fort. Massive 1 versus 2. Elevate had a great lead, almost tossed it. But Labyrinth, I mean, those 3 kills, almost the deciding factor for Champion there in their first attacking round. A solid effort as they go forward.
Yeah, unfortunately not doing any real work around 90 and the vault wall. We do watch Champion just really struggle and force themselves through toxic smoke, a barrage of bullets, and definitely put themselves between a rock and a hard place. So just unfortunate decision making and a little bit untimely with their attack and entry in the building. Hopefully we see them readjust this as the rounds roll by.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Champion was so close to making that theirs. They had a solid sort of comeback there in that last few seconds. I mean, Labyrinth himself going absolutely huge on the 8. 9 kills for him so far in this matchup. But yeah, DCH not letting that happen. Keeping Elevate in the lead just that little bit longer. Breaks the pot. Not enough, though, to spot the drone from Farlord. And you got to shoot those ones, not break them, if you want to take the drones out hiding behind them. But regardless, Farlord happy with that one being where it is. And Elevate still hold the lead regardless.
4 claymores and 6 frag grenades here on this attack. I hope they actually use them and put them to good use. But we'll have to see if that's the case. Sapper now dancing with death as he stands outside, just behind the barricade as they get shot out there. Still with a couple of black eyes to find a place around the map.
Oh, it's actually Parrot to kick it off. Onigiri going down early once here in this matchup. Unfortunate for him, but either way, Champion happy with that. Not happy with that, though. Mr. Punch will consolidate some losses. Takes down Sledge, a big kill to find, given that that is frag grenades, that is your Sledge as well. So, Elevate right now. At least putting in the good work.
Yeah, considering that he was one of 2 soft breachers on that team, he's not going to be, you're not going to find much use there anymore. He's completely dependent on that lifeline. Yet, lifeline is most likely going to be used to take down utility, as opposed to taking down soft walls. So,
yeah,
Farlord still has some opportunities to drone. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, Proto. They still have many opportunities, and they still have some time to reposition. But all members are right there, right down the hallway.
Yeah, I mean, everyone from Champion sort of congregating together, but that's not good when Mr. Punch has a Nitro. But Farlord with the grenade from, I believe, Beyond the Grave will take down Sapper. So, big kill getter for Elevate removed to 3 versus 3 once more, keeping it equal. But as things start to get close in the dying moments of round number 8 here, Champion are going to have to pick where they would like to execute from. Parrot takes a lot of damage dealt by Mark. Another Nitro to connect. DCH takes down Solotic. The walk-in to Statue here. They swing on round, but it is going to be the crossfire is held. Mr. Punch playing off the contact. This is how you hold a crossfire, Champion. And the notes have been taken. The round has been taken as well. Elevate to lock it down.
attackers need to locate and defuse.
So every time we see Champion contemplate whether they should be pushing in or not, it really does result in them losing, doesn't it, Proto? The double swing
Yeah,
coming
it
out from
does.
Elevate in the last few seconds there really locked it in for them. And now that we are on round 9, Elevate are very close to that match point and taking this round away. Well, I should say
Yeah, they
take away
did.
this game.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're allowed 2 more. It'll be a relatively quick one. Quickest of the night, actually, if this is a 7-3. But either or, Champion. I mean, 2 rounds to equalize is not a lot. In the grand scheme of things, it is in competitive Siege, but either or, against a team like Elevate, even if they don't find any more after this, they've done really well getting it to this point. 3 rounds in any... 3 rounds in any capacity is really, really good. But it's, I don't think, reflecting on how things are actually really going right now between these two teams, because a lot of the rounds that we've seen have come down to, 2v2s, 1v2s, 3v3s, in very, very close positions, which have made for a very interesting build-up to where we currently find ourselves at the moment.
So definitely some growth and development for Champion. Very stark contrast to their very clear losing streak last time they came up across Elevate, 0-7. Now, definitely with a better showing, in same fashion as the Strape. So Southeast Asia as a region definitely is growing, and we love to see it. But here, on round 9 on day 10, they are still struggling. There are still some challenges for them. But as we get to smashing some of these doors down for both Champion and the local scene, just a lot of homework and a lot of chores for them to get through. They have 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. Might find some opportunities here, but they can't keep wasting time. They can't keep dilly-dallying. They need to find something, and they need to make something really work. A little bit of a trade between Mr. Punch and Firelord though, Proto. So, still alive.
Oh, speaking damage dealt.
That's rough.
Wattmelon, he manages to push on through and take down Sapper, but look at the health bars for Champion right now. I mean, not looking great, even with the Finker on board. Not looking good whatsoever. Mr. Punch will be on for the flank, back down the red stairs, from up the red stairs, should I say, from the basement. Elevate still with 4 strong in the current position. DCH also on the flank. I mean, this is going to be big if they can pull this off. Champion have 5, but it may not be enough given the health bars, given the positions that Elevate still hold. I mean, with 40 seconds, they don't have any control of the bottom or top. They only have horizontal pressure here coming into this execute on Kitchen. It's not looking good whatsoever. 30 seconds left. The health dwindles once more. The swing on round from Onigiri doesn't find the kill, but as everything starts to sort of culminate here for both teams, Champion look for the execute Parrot to open it up onto Onigiri. They make it to Tetris, almost stepping on the frost mat. Labyrinth will go down though in the frost mat. Caught on the rotate. Firelord to find DCH, making his way into Kitchen. Mark looking to do the damage, but he can't quite connect. Mr. Punch now the last alive in a 1 versus 5. Can't find the damage whatsoever, and I imagine probably not the round either. We'll get some kills at least to keep his stats looking relatively healthy, but I mean, going forward, the shotgun is better in the hands of the Spaniard as opposed to Frost.
The ITA 12S winning that one out. So, one shot for another. Unfortunately, just missed timing. That Frost does lose the duel. Mr. Punch just came short on that one by a couple of seconds. So Champion still showing signs of life. They won that pretty convincingly. Yeah, they were all low on health, and for some reason in hell, Sapper just did not secure the kill, despite unloading an entire clip. It just it was kind of unfortunate, really.
Sometimes it just doesn't go in your favor. And ultimately, that was one of those times. But, look, all the same, Elevate still hold the lead, albeit only by 1 round now, Champion. get ever so closer to taking this one either into overtime or maybe even in regulation. I mean, Elevate, they could lose the next 3 rounds and it's all over. So for Elevate fans out there, let's hope that doesn't happen. If you're a Champion fan, keep on rooting because they are getting close to equalize.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I don't know if we've had another connection.
No, I'm here.
No?
I'm here.
Okay, you're here. You're here. Just
Yes.
consolidating information. All good, regardless. I mean, Champion right now looking for possibly a quick entry into Study. But I mean, they have been dealing some damage elsewhere. But the Monty in play, I mean, do you think that is going to be really telling of how they're going to be playing this from now on? They've got it close to this point. The Monty really sort of just consolidates the fact that they are struggling a little bit because Monty really only comes out when we're seeing that. I mean, do you think that is why we're seeing the Monty? Or okay, Monty's dead. Don't worry.
That's that went by a little bit too quick with a shotgun as well. Mr. Punch wins that duel. I'm speechless. I don't completely understand what the idea behind the Monty was. If you're gonna push up with the Monty, you need to back it up and you need to bring him in with a firing squad essentially at his back, because he is a distraction, but he's nothing without a couple of turrets behind him, so to say. You know.
I mean, yeah, just not really checking. Speaking of not checking on Aguirre, possibly making the wrong decision on swinging on out there, but still, Solodic nades from below. Not going to connect. Firelord actually will, though. They just walk on into Study. They have full control. Melon just one-tapped the player inside of Skull. Sapper to find one. Firelord will, unfortunately, have been taken out earlier. But, yeah, Parrot takes down the second last member of Elevate. Sapper now in a 1 versus 3. We've seen him do it before on the Ash. Can he do it on the Smoke? Everyone's back to face to him, but no, Solodic caught him just as he switched over to the SMG. Champion equalize and Elevate lose the lead that they fought so hard for in the first half. I mean, OT is ever closer.
It's a really surprising round. Like, despite the very abrupt loss of the Monty, which honestly, let's face it, was a... No, Sapper, don't do this, man. Don't do this, Sapper. Aww. Is he trying to prove a point?
Clash v Monty makes sense, right? Like, one shield versus another, ultimately Clash is better because not only do you have lock down the Monty, lock down the players behind him with the zap, you get the damage. I mean, 5 damage, 3 damage per trick of time as it sort of goes on. I don't know, yeah, per tick of zap, however, whatever type of description you want to use for that. Technological term. Regardless, Clash is a really good pick. With the Super Shorty in the hands of Sapper, no doubts. It crossed my mind whatsoever because it's going to be super aggressive from Elevate. They might even run it on the roam with DCH or Mr. Punch, something like that behind them, behind the Clash. But yeah, Champion, now that they've teased that Monty, I think they've started a little bit of a shield war.
Well, unfortunately, we won't have a Monty this time around to actually come through and pick that up. I would love to see two, you know, giant shields just like running at each other. An unstoppable force and an immovable object, but this time around it's Sapper playing Clash all alone. So maybe a little bit of utility here, like definitely an operator we don't get to see quite often in the league, but I'm looking forward to seeing how he's gonna make that one work.
Yeah, I mean, back inside of the site now, obviously returns back to help the boys out, but from the master bedroom, there isn't really any presence from Champion whatsoever on that north side, really, on the top floor at least. because downstairs, obviously, there are people present, but upstairs, the room's still largely held by Elevate, who control a considerable amount. So, I mean, Champion need to take a little bit more control, given that half the round has surpassed, and they don't really have anything to show for it whatsoever, considering that everyone from Elevate's just sort of sitting inside of the site, waiting for them to come to them.
So that's a lot of creeping up the stairs here. Mark, ready to receive, actually tries to take that angle himself, but now that Solotic actually pulls back. Not willing to take that angle anymore for some reason. Perhaps got a call from the rest of his team. All of Champion kind of just sitting toasty right now. 1 minute on the clock. Barely any health has been lost on either side. And DCH still has all the utility in the world holding down those red stairs. Oh, sorry, the main stairs. Oh.
Ooh, good damage there too on the Firelord, yet to really be traded out. The swing on up though, can't get the spray transfer. Good damage dealt regardless. I mean, what Melon to lose, half HP, 1 Adrenal Surge remains, but it is going to be Mr. Punch to take down Parrot. Not a second though, Labyrinth there to collect the Clash.
What?
Will help things out. Onigiri on the Crossfire, paired up with that shield. Sapper on the distraction, Onigiri on the finish. Solotic falls, Solotic to take down Mark. Good damage being dealt here by the Clash. I mean, look at it go. The switch over to the Super Sonic from outside.
No!
Sapper! No way! The Clash paying dividends, and Champion have to be molding at that. You cannot.
Oh my
should
gosh.
Not be allowed in any way, shape, or form. What a way to secure match point.
360 shotgun swap.
God.
That's some bikini body meme level play. I cannot. He did it outside. He went outside the building in order to get the cover that the wall provided, and then came back in with a shotgun and even double peeked it. One tapped each of them. Close range, point blank. A masterclass by Sapper right now. An absolute king. 14 frags, by the way. A 2 KD.
My gosh.
Wow. Look, slow motion. Look at that. Wow.
That is heartbreaking.
Champion must be tilted. Must be tilted.
That is heartbreaking. I mean, to lose the round, yes. To lose the round getting 360 dunked on by a Clash, that is a completely different type of upset that I didn't know existed until now. But Sapper with a 2.0 KD definitely gets the job done. But DCH on the jump out, not too sure what he was doing there. Regardless, he will be finished off momentarily. Apparently not. Firelord.
Struggling
a little bit. Yeah.
Bit of a challenge, perhaps. Just pre-fire everything. Just go for it. I mean, you got the magazine for it.
Actually.
Might as well.
But still, I mean, Elevate, after such a great round, such a big loss, I mean, the run out, probably not needed. A good choice, but at the same time, probably not the smartest, given that Champion are going to be expecting the unexpected now that they've been sort of clashed on. With Onigiri now falling as well, I mean, yeah, look, this is looking like it's shaping up to be overtime.
Are Elevate wanting overtime?
I
They are
don't know.
throwing themselves at Champion, and they could be securing this game.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, this is very strange. Maybe they want to give Sapper a challenge. No, okay, a flawless run from Champion to take it overtime. They look like they're really riled up here. Labyrinth standing up, always the most animated player on that team, but did Elevate want that? I can't tell.
First Direwolves, no Elevate. This shouldn't be happening. But we're here anyway.
The disappointment in your voice is so apparent.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know either. No one knows.
It doesn't make sense. Analytically speaking, technically speaking, we shouldn't be here.
Statistically speaking,
It shouldn't happen. But it has. I mean, a fifth-rated team against an invitational, experienced roster. What's happened? What's going on? I mean,
I'm gonna scream into my pillow later if Champion take this game and win overtime.
If Champion win, I will be ecstatic for them.
Ecstatic.
Good on them. They deserve it. 100%. Because if Elevator drop in the bag like that, I said it in the Direwolves game, the only people making mistakes right now is Elevate. Similar to what I said about Direwolves in regards to letting Estrade get as many rounds as they did. Except Direwolves didn't let Estrade take them to overtime, which Elevate have. Again, perfectly played by Champion. Really well done. You do have to commend them for that. They're putting in the work, obviously. They're making the changes required. But Elevate should not be letting this happen. And that's just how it is.
Elevate were playing very poorly in the last round. Started with DCH being picked up outside, and then soon after that, Onigiri. And it just started falling apart. Every member was just collapsing under the pressure, and I don't think there was much pressure at all. Champion just found all these free kills. It went by so quick. There was barely any contest, really. But we're here now. Overtime.
Yeah, we're here. We're here in overtime now. And Solodic will go down first. Spotted by Sapper and confirmed. So at least Elevate will find the opening kill and probably look to play just that little bit more serious going forward. Because Champion definitely sort of feeding into it at that little bit with the aggression of their own.
And it's not without merit. The rest of the team on Champion are quite decorated as well. Fairly spread out on those kill counts, as we can see. But everyone kind of just holding angles right now. It doesn't make a very exciting round. Nor does it make a very exciting game.
Regardless of the score, I mean, Champion have done really, really well. So there is that. And we say, we sound the way we do. LA shouldn't be making these mistakes. And we highlight that. We will continue highlighting that. But Champion have done an insane job getting here. So in saying that, that wasn't insane. Mr. Punch, caught lacking, and Champion capitalize.
He didn't...
He didn't
Mr. Punch was completely unaware that Power was in that corner. So... a pretty good way to even up. Oh, wow. Sapper.
My gosh, he doesn't miss. He literally doesn't miss.
Oh, he's good. No, he's good. Oh,
he's great. He is awesome. The rest of Elevate are as well. DCH to find the kill. Unfortunately, Onigiri won't connect. He's been struggling to all night. Mark to take down Wattmelon though. Parrot, the last alive in a 1 versus 2. As he takes down DCH, Candela's to come. Mark will be able to get this diffuser down as Parrot makes his way towards the vault. Isn't going to go on in. He's going to opt to sort of just swing straight on round to look for one of these 2 kills. Looks to reactivate the Aruni Gate. We'll get rid of the Claymore as well in the post plant now. Has to find 2 for his team. Goes for the tap. Aims to bait. No one to swing. Elevate playing this perfectly in the position here. The stick. Couple of shots traded, but again, Elevate know how to do it perfectly. As he now goes for the stick, they have to get aggressive. Are they going to send it on through? Yes, they will. Mark to close it out. Elevate, no more games. They've had enough.
Playing their cards right there. They understand that they could still tank a little bit of that damage from the Saria Gates and still stop him. Unfortunately, I feel like they were just in their own head with that diffuser. They should have stuck that one out and then played it as if they were sticking to that diffuse a little bit longer. He got off that a little bit preemptively, and that does send a message to Elevate that, you know what, he's going to waste his own time. Because they know what it's like. They know that they're going to bait it out the first few times, but not usually if they stick down to that diffuser for a little bit longer than usual. Right? So 6-7 right now. Overtime match point for Elevate. Looks like Elevate want to close this out. They are 1 point away from ending the day for us here at Operation League. But Champion are putting up a decent fight. Despite losing that last round on a massive man count. But, you know, they're still finding some opportunities to level out the playing field here or there.
They are indeed. I mean, the fact that we're here in overtime, it's not going to be the full 3 points for Elevate, which they're probably not going to be too happy about. Regardless, champion, you know, it means less points lost. So that's a positive, I guess. But either or. Regulation would obviously have been the goal, but all jokes aside, champion, again, have done a phenomenal effort getting it to the position they find themselves in currently. Yes, unfortunately, probably not going to pan out to be a win, but in saying that, still really well done.
Absolutely. So, tonight, some of the more underrated teams, some of the greener rosters and names, have been showing up quite confidently, putting on good shows, and showing a lot of growth. First, Strape, and now Champion, with the EE1D being popped here. Might just see a little bit more action as they roll through some of the barricades and some of these rooms here on the second floor.
Indeed, I mean, there's a lot of interesting information available for both sides, but it is actually just going to be Whatmelon walking in that opens things up for Elevate. Onigiri to take him down, though, on a trade, so at least they're fighting those back and forths to keep them in it. That is big as well, because that's the Finker off of the board. No more healing for the attacking side, but no Thunderbird or Doc in play for Elevate, so they're not going to have anything to get DCH back to former glory. But all the same, a 4 versus 4 in the given position. Mark, yes, the smoke gone, but ultimately not really losing out on too much.
Yeah, take care of some of those Vulcans while you can. Frag grenade over the vault wall. Ooh.
Is that an impact?
Yeah, I think I think they impact tricked it from the drone hole.
So there you go.
And C4, unfortunately, not being taken care of on time, but Fallout being removed does mean that 3 members, Sarlodic finding a kill, levels out that playing field with Elevate. So now that they have an even man count and an open vault wall, it might be a little bit easier to actually cut the site in half.
Sapper swinging on round.
Wow.
Going to take down Sarlodic as he makes his way into maps. The top main player taking down 2. DCH the fallen champion.
Way.
Find another round. Elevate. Come on. What is going on right now? They just can't make it happen. And we are going to the full 15 all the way through. And champion call for a pause now. I mean, overtime match point. There's no redos after this. Elevate. I am confused right now, completely and utterly.
Why
I've got no
the
clue.
pause?
I don't even know how to break it down. No, the pause. Yes, I get it. They won the round. They've got the momentum. Take the talk about it. Have the time. Get the strategy together. They've got the defense. This is arguably what you
True,
want.
they do have defense.
But at the same time, yes, why the pause? Why bother? Take the momentum, run with it. You know what you want to be doing. Maybe they're talking about site. Maybe they're talking about what exactly they want to be doing. I mean, yes, they've made some specific changes, but Elevate, arguably they're the ones that should have been using the pause. They haven't used it yet, and they are the ones that have been making more of the mistakes in this entire matchup.
That's completely true. I'm surprised that it didn't come from Elevate, to be honest, and I'm surprised Labyrinth actually made that call himself. But now that the pause is over, we are going to our very final round here today on day 10. The second half, the summer split on Operation League Southeast Asia. And to my surprise, Sapper is not, I repeat, not on the line with the shotgun.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Kind
He's
of
on the
disappointed.
Ash.
Yeah,
Which
he wants to
arguably, I was going to say, arguably the Ash is probably better, given that he 1v3'd with it already in this matchup back in the beginning, which was, you know, too long ago now to remember. But this has gone on for 15 rounds. I mean, wow. Not what I expected whatsoever coming this. I thought that Elevate were going to walk away with a 7-2, 7-3. But Champion, since last time these two teams met, definitely have done something, because they are in good position to win this match, provided Elevate don't absolutely fumble the bag. I mean, there is a high chance of that, given that we find ourselves even just in this position. But my, what a showing from them to come from a 7-0 against this team previous to 7-7, staring down the barrel of a possible win.
Honestly, if Champion actually take this win against Elevate, that's their entire season. Like, it doesn't matter if they win this league. It doesn't matter if they place in that top half. They took out one of the top rosters in the entire region. And at this rate, if they actually win this, they are tied with Elevate. Neck to neck. Onigiri taking off Farlord first does set the tone. No more C4 on that Valkyrie anymore.
Oh, Elevate find the opener, which is good because they're going to need it, given that they have been struggling so far in this matchup. But regardless, I mean, Champions still have 4 alive, so take it as you will.
Ooh, a cook grenade might find one here. Goes off just in proximity of Power It, but won't take him down just yet. Coda Station keeps him topped up though. Wattmelon needs to take a little bit of his own medicine. Not very healthy right now.
Yeah, he does make his way back in though, and there you go. We'll go to collect said Kona Station as Parrot does a little bit of ADS juggling at the top of main and then sort of disappears as he rotates that utility over to help his teammate out. But yes, Champion right now, 4-5 elevates. Oh, okay,
wow.
4 versus 4. Sapper goes down, a little bit of his own medicine here as Mr. Punch makes his way up the main stairs. A lot of damage taken, not a lot given, but will find the kill regardless. Looking for another, can't connect. Champion lose 1, but still walk away with a decent kill on the Sapper.
Takes a lot of damage in the process. Parrot going down to a frag grenade, finally leaving Wattmelon and Solodic all alone. They can make this happen. But with 50 seconds left on the clock, Mr. Punch and the rest of Elevate have a lot to work with. They can take their time here and really fish out any final moments.
All right, Elevate down to the 4 versus 2. It took them this long, but I mean, they're in such a good position to walk away with it. The player on the study window, there you go, caught out. Solodic not paying attention. It's the grenade to close it out. DCH from below, finish things off. Champion, unfortunately, so close to victory. They could smell it, but they just couldn't put it in and lock it down. Elevate in maximum overtime. Walk away with a victory, 8-7, but at what cost? I mean, what a match.
Going all the way, the full distance. Elevate definitely made a lot of mistakes. Definitely struggled. And you can see they're not fully satisfied. All stone cold. Upset with their own performance, I would assume. But I think Champion, despite how salty they might be as to how they lost that match, threw a grenade down the floor, I'm sure they're going to walk away with their heads held high and knowing that they've improved significantly since the last time they saw Elevate. So not completely over for them. Elevate now tie up with Dire Wolves, both sitting at 20 points on that ladder and retain their spot in that top half of the bracket.
Yeah, that game was a really big decider. Had Champion walked away with it, we could have seen a bit of a shuffle, but unfortunately for Champion, we didn't see said shuffle. Elevate, as you said, locked down their top 4 position and look really, really good going forward because, I mean, other than that, well, I mean, let's look into that, I mean, a little bit. They look really, really good, do they? They have had a lot of rough play days so far in the Operations League Summer Series, and they have been struggling against teams like Champion. I mean, we've seen them lose 2 6-3 leads in maximum overtime. This was not one of those times, thankfully for them, but I don't know, Elevate, as well as Direwolves even, if we look at them a little bit, have been struggling to some degree so far in the Operations League.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. They've both been struggling. I don't think it's just that we have really good talent coming up and entering this league as well, because as we've seen, said new talent have all been struggling. and have had really bad days as well. But maybe it's time for a bit of a change in some of these rosters and how they're played and the roles that they're delegated, because it's just not working out right now, not at all. Elevate, here we see 2 diffusers on their side, especially going all the way into overtime. But generally a strong back and forth between both teams, which for Champion is a really good position to be in and a really good thing to take away.
Yeah, not even the dub at the end of the day, but the experience. And then even so, not the experience, just the knowledge, knowing that you can go up against teams like Elevate and do damage like that. I mean, that is insane. It could also be altering going forward into the next couple of weeks. I mean, Champion may be picked to walk away with some more matches in the caster predictions, given that was an insane showing for them. But speaking of insane, if you want your chance to win 600 R6 credits the last time for the evening, so make sure you get in now if you haven't already. Follow Rainbow Six SEA and drop the hashtag #FightForGlory in chat for your chance to walk away with those credits. You always love free stuff at the end of the day, so get in on it. It's the last one for the evening.
Yeah, in addition to that, don't forget that we've been giving out R6 credits and pins all day long. And despite only having 3 matches today, we should be doing a full giveaway at the end of it, I would assume so. So make sure you keep an eye on chat. Yesterday, a whole bunch of them went out and during the last match. So there's always more opportunities to find these giveaways. And we have more tomorrow as well. So don't forget to tune in for more of those games.
Yeah, we did a relatively good job, I think, tonight with the games that we got to watch. We got really a taste of everything. We got 7-5s, we got FFs, we got overtimes. We had everything on the board for us. It was definitely a great evening. But just before we go, Lan, I mean, final thoughts for tonight heading into tomorrow. Anything you're expecting out of the ordinary?
So tomorrow we actually start off with another Champion game. So tomorrow we start off with Champion and Direwolves. So in similar fashion, like Elevate and Direwolves are both tied, and I placed them in the same skill bracket, of course, at the upper half. But can Champion perform as well as they did today against Direwolves? Because if they can, I would actually think they have a better chance at winning against Direwolves than they do Elevate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Direwolves definitely the team showing a little bit more on the cracks side of things. But regardless, that is for tomorrow. Same time, different faces. Make sure you tune on in for those matches because they are going to be insane. I can promise you that. But other than that, that is all from us on the desk tonight. It has been an absolute pleasure as per always. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their evening, and we will see you very, very soon after the leaderboard. But yeah, locking things down, consolidating. Other than that, everything we've mentioned has already been spoke about. So Lan, we look at it, everyone locked in for the top 4. It's been good. It's been great. We've had fun. And other than that, I don't think we're going to expect too much from tomorrow. I mean, knowing that Champion can do the damage they have been doing, Direwolves may be scared. They are sitting that one spot above Elevate, but at the end of the day, GG still lock it in hard first on the leaderboard. Even after the FF, they are 1 point, well, I say hard, they are 1 point ahead of Fury.
Yeah, so they could have still afforded that in the end.
They could afford to lose that one, which is great.
I was, of course, mistaken. Elevate only won 2 points this game because it was an overtime win. And the overtime loss for Champion does warrant them 1 point. So that's something to note. In saying that, they still go up. You know, both teams are on the come up here. And Elevate have a very strong round differential over Direwolves. So if they were tied, it would have been Elevate on top. But this time, Direwolves still lead by 1 point. And then, as you can see, Fury and Gaming Gladiators 1 point in succession to each of them, leading up to first place.
Yeah, definitely some interesting matches. But there we go. Aforementioned, the next play day on your screen right now. First match for tomorrow, probably the one that you'll be looking out for the most. Maybe the Fury Elevate game. Obviously, that will be one of the top match seeds, sort of going up, battling out for those placement matches. who sort of ends up where in the top 4. But other than that, match 2 and match 4 will probably just be seeding matches for the lower end of the bracket. Regardless, a great match, a great set of matches for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing some of that from the spectators booth myself tomorrow. But Obsession versus Astrape could be an interesting match. Both of them at the very bottom. Astrape did put on a pretty interesting show. Obsession as well, an interesting show today. Can only expect them to be performing a little bit better tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you'll have to find out tomorrow if you want to come and watch same time. You know, Lan will be here. That's a bonus. But all the same, it's been a great evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will return tomorrow for the same time. Make sure you're there. Other than that, have a good night. We'll see you next time.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Left to work with here. Safri's got all the information he needs. Oh!
And he uses it. Wow.
Wow.
And he uses it. Amazing.
Does see that his teammates are picking up kills all over. Or, well, deaths, really. And wow, okay. Chill, Hajime. Dang.
Decent play. Rick's getting rid of what Melon now opens up, tears open the possibilities, and Celotic tries to push him through the fire and flames. Speaking of the problems, one tap to boot. Hoven clean with it. On the other hand, though, on the defense, Toji bringing in the Bandit, so getting back to the vanilla roots, I guess you could call this a disgusting angle yet again. Very cautious. So is Hoven about their presence up above. The Valkyrie has reveals the position. Nails the shot. How does he do that?
Back pocket knows before, but power it takes on Hoven. Ape another kill! A gasoline tank, because he's burning the whole building down. This guy is on a absolute trailblaze right now, and he's going as what? Again! A quadra kill gets put down by Firelord, who gets a double for himself.
And bring this one back, like call this 1v4. Mix it a 1v3 is going to be that anchor position that the Northern Forces want to hold on to in the power struggle. But like Hollis, he gets another kill on a bin. 1v2. He knows someone has to be out on that landing. It's going to be Yiga. He peeks it. He gets a kill on a Classy. Down to the 1v1. Doesn't know where he is exactly. Has to stick the defuse.